Good morning and welcome to day number 2 of the Rotary Relays. Today at North Medford High School at Bill Bowerman Field, as the athletes of Southern Oregon from the 6A schools all the way down to the small school ranks have converged for the second day of the Rotary Relays. We thank you for joining us. It's a privilege to be here to bring you this first of its kind presentation of Table Rock Sports. This is all made possible thanks to the generosity and support of our sponsors, and we'll make sure that we give them generous mentions throughout the broadcast. Certainly we could not do what we do without their support. And this big event, you know, we were just talking yesterday about how for college football, you've got the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Over in Omaha, you know, every year you've got the College Baseball World Series. And here in Southern Oregon and track and field, the Rotary Relays, one of the premier events in Oregon high school track and field, the 83rd annual Rotary Relays since 1939. One day of action under our belts, and taking a look at some of the results from yesterday. In terms of team scoring, top 3 teams thus far: Roseburg with 39 points, Crater with 31, and Grants Pass with 30, followed by South Medford, Henley, and North Medford in the top 6. Some winners, just to recap yesterday: South Medford boys capturing the 4x100 relay with the squad of Deacon Edgar, Andrew Walker, Benjamin Krebs, and Asher Johnson. In the 4x200 relay, it was Grants Pass. Reaching the finish line first was Zachary Dobson Donaldson, Jared Hyatt, Raiden Takahashi, and Alex Guyman with a time of 1:35.86. In the 4x400 relay, it was Roseburg leading the way with Keanu Christner, Carter Stedman, Landon Duffer, and Charles Anderson. In the 4x800, North Medford winning that event, taking first. Trent Waymans, Jimmy Skull, Alec Winters, and Trey Driscoll running for that squad and running a time of 8:40.95. And then in the distance medley, which was really fun to watch. The first time I've seen anything quite like it, that you end up with a runner running 4 laps or 1,600 meters, followed by a runner going for 1 lap, 400 meters, followed by a runner running an 800-meter distance, and then wrapping up with a runner running 1,200. That was quite an event to watch, and the South Medford squad of Connor Singer, Andrew Walker, Michael Mayorano, and Eric Parker leading the way with a time of 11:03. And then in the 4x110 shuttle hurdle relay, another intense, exciting event. Grants Pass taking it first with Jaden Jesse, Adam Jensen, Chase Comerford, and Ethan Burtis clocking a time of 52.88. Looking over at the girls' side, one of the things that's kind of cool as you take a look at the results from yesterday, you noticed our first place finishers, it varies from event to event, that it's fairly closely matched. It's not one squad necessarily running away with the event. And over on the girls' side, Grants Pass coming into today's action in first place as a team with a score of 46, followed by Roseburg at 24, Medford at 23, and then North Medford, Crater, and Henley to round out the top 6. In the 4x100, it was Grants Pass leading the way with Zanai Vayanuku Johnson, Addison Thorson, Brooke Anderson, and Sophie Mock. A couple of names recognized from basketball season. In the 4x200 relay, Grants Pass a winner with Zanai Vayanuku Johnson, Callie Brandis, Kenzie Kleiner, and Brooke Anderson with a time of 1:49.76. Then in the 4x400 relay, North Valley, another Josephine County school, with Olivia Smith, Lainey Wheeler, Isabella Champion, and Kaylin Avia running a time of 4:19.30. In the 4x800, Roseburg showing the way with Sharis Childers, Corrine Childers, Zoe Trawl, and Elizabeth Ekman running a time of 10:21.82. In the distance medley, Grants Pass a winner with Ellie Berg, Mary Sturley, Madison Wilt, and Nellie Gray, with a time of 13:25. And then in the 4x100 shuttle hurdle relay, it was Crater a winner with Lucy Mitchell, Olivia Slaughter, Cade Harnois, Kara Borchert with a time of 52:50. So that's kind of a brief recap of yesterday's action. And as we get set up and get ready to go here at North Medford out at Bill Bowerman Field, and I'm going to go ahead and clear away this little break board here. You can see we're just right next to where the long jump will be taking place. And it's going to be a busy day. And in terms of trying to follow the action and describe it for you, it will be interesting today, because what happens is you have several events going on at one time. Before we get into that, again, a shout out to our sponsors who make this live high school athletic action available for you, including our title sponsor, Lithia Superstore, Jeep Dodge Chrysler. Visit lithiasuperstore.com to find your next ride. Also, thank you to our presenting sponsor, Siskiyou Cellular of Southern Oregon, with 7 locations to serve you. Joining me today, as he did yesterday, gentleman who knows his way around the Southern Oregon track and field scene very well. If I mention the name Hans Boskus, maybe these days he might be better known as Peter's dad. But over the years, a career that has spanned stops at Phoenix and Ashland, and then, of course, these days, helping out with the North Medford program as the opportunity presents itself. And so, whereas I know, at least as somebody who ran back in the day the mile in high school, I'll scoot over a little bit and get you a little bit of room here, Hans. Okay, then so I kind of know, what is now the 1500 fairly well, worked with the long jump for a while, but in terms of taking this more global look at track and field and all the different things that are going on, it's a completely different view now, and it's great to have somebody along who's kind of been there and done that. Good morning, Hans.
Good morning, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, a beautiful day for track and field. It's nice. We're not getting rained on, and yet at the same time, I don't think we'll be sweltering today either. Pretty good conditions to start out.
You could not ask for better weather. It's perfect.
So it's going to be an interesting day. I was just mentioning to those that are watching along down the way right now that what'll be interesting about today, whereas we had one event after another, one thing at a time, that when things get underway here at 12 o'clock here very shortly, that we'll have several different field events going on at one time.
Yes, and that's the beauty of this format of having a 2-day meet. It allows you to spend more time, or a person more time to watch a shot or a disc or a jab, and those kids need the attention as much as anyone else. So it's a great format. A 2-day format gives all the kids an opportunity to shine.
Well, and then of course they had meeting at the center of the infield, and just to your point, coming up here at noon, we'll have the boys and girls. We have the boys pole vault relay going on, girls high jump relay, boys shot put relay, girls discus, also the long jump, the triple jump, the javelin, and a whole lot more. And then we'll also have some additional track events coming up just a little bit later on at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Now, in terms of the site, the javelin is thrown a little bit behind our grandstands. It's not in the infield or anything like that, so it's in a slightly different location, and so we'll try to do the best we can with that.
Absolutely. Well, and then it's got to be interesting, at least in terms of, and you can speak to it from your perspective as a coach, in terms of getting a team ready, especially working with teenagers. That what was kind of nice yesterday, first day of the event, it's after school, they kind of been through their day, and having done some midweek meets and things of that nature, that there's been kind of a cadence and a pace to it. Talk about how that preparation might be just a little bit different when you're talking about getting 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18-year-olds ready at around noon on a Saturday.
It's tough. And, thinking about that, some schools have to travel a bit. Henley, for example, way over in Klamath Falls and Mazama, both of them had to get up early. They were here yesterday. Then they get up early today to be here on time. And they have to make sure that they're completely prepped. Do they bring all their gear? Do they eat correctly? Are they ready for this meet? It's there's a lot going on when you're dealing with high school kids and hopefully their success.
Absolutely. Well, and on this second day of the meet, talking about the field events and throwers is a little bit of a unique format. Of course, in your typical meet, you're just it's simply a matter of tracking individual results. You might have, say, in the javelin, you might have a thrower from Grants Pass that ends up taking first place by achieving a certain distance.
Right.
And then a representative from another school that will finish second with the second longest distance. Now, we're talking about this being in kind of a relay format this morning. What's that like?
Well, I mean, on a coaching perspective, and as I mentioned yesterday, sometimes you have to fill a vacant spot with someone and in order to have that relay. And you may have to put an athlete in who's not experienced long jumping, triple jumping, and what have you. And so, you try to put together the best foursome that you can, and knowing that not necessarily all of them are experienced in that event.
Well, and then looking at what's ahead for today, we've got, among other things, high jump, pole vault, long jump, and some others. Are there any events coming up today where you find a particular interest? You say, we may see something special here today in terms of maybe an outstanding athlete or an outstanding team?
Well, I certainly think the throws are going to be fun to watch today. All the schools, and definitely North Medford and Crater, they have some pretty darn good athletes, pretty good throwers, both on the male and female side. That's going to be fun to watch. Over in the high jump area, a little bit different here, we have 2 high jump pits. And so you've got kids going in all directions. We have so many high jumpers. Some of them are very inexperienced. But there's a lot going on in the high school, or the high jump pit. I'm sorry.
Well, I look at that. As you mentioned, we have 28 athletes competing in the high jump on the girls' side, 32 boys competing in the high jump today. And now I suppose that's one of the things that I remember working with the middle school track program over at Cascade. That seemed like, well, basically, spend pretty much the duration of the meet down in the long jump pit, because we just had, especially at that point where, you have all these athletes that are kind of trying on different events for size. So you'll have some kids that that this is going to be a concentration, an area where they keep it up, they're going to excel as the years go by. Then you have other kids that are just kind of trying it on for size.
Yes, and that's definitely what's happening over in the high jump. And we're so lucky to have the Rotary folks here helping. That bar needs to be put up. I don't know how many times, hundreds of times today, because it ends up getting knocked off and back up and remeasured, and it's an ongoing process.
Well, you mentioned Rotary, and I suppose this gives us a great opportunity, as we did yesterday, and for those that may just be tuning in for today, the importance of Rotary, Medford Rotary, and the part they play in terms of being the title sponsor for this meet. That they play such an important part in terms of helping make it happen.
Oh, you bet. They're great people. Without their help and support, we wouldn't be able to pull this off. This is a huge meet, 700 or so athletes for 2 days, coaches, people here to watch their kids perform, and it's all because of Rotary. They're awesome.
Well, and a lot of people may not know the story, especially given in today's mobile society where we have a lot of folks that maybe haven't lived here a long time to know that Bill Bowerman Field, this is where we are today. And its name is taken from a track coach of renown that coached at the University of Oregon in the 1972 U.S. Olympic team, and also co-founder of a little shoe company known as Nike. But before he achieved all that fame, he coached at Medford High School and the track and field teams in the 1930s and the 1940s.
You know, if you ever have the time to read the book Men of Oregon, it's written some time ago, but if you can find it, and it really it talks about the Oregon program, the U of O program, but most of it is about Bill Bowerman, his life. Much of it here early in Medford, going to school, playing football, track. All of that. It's a great read, and you'll get a lot of information.
Well, the first Rotary relay, and we see a young man in the pits for the long jump, and they're taking a measurement. Haven't got a good look at his uniform. Looks like a representative from Crater High School. And so I'll pull up my sheet for the boys long jump. Prater with a couple of different free entries in the boys long jump. In the first flight, Jason Price, Gabriel Grant, and also Benjamin Higginson. But you talk about Bowerman. It was under his direction that the first relay meet got underway in 1939. And then during his 8 years of coaching at Medford, back when there was just one high school here to serve this community, that, it was just one high school. And he took him to 3 state championships.
Yes, he did. He was obviously someone that all of Southern Oregon can be extremely proud of. He's a product of Southern Oregon, and went on to obviously do incredible things.
Getting set to in the long jump. Up next, we have a young man from Phoenix. And as he makes his jump, now he'll go out and take the measurement from Phoenix. Entered in the first flight of the day for the long jump. Again, 3 entrants. Diego Hernandez, along with Peyton White and Alan Cortez.
And as you can tell, it's the Rotary folks doing all the work. Smoothing out the sand, measuring. They're so darn important.
Well, I have to imagine that in terms of putting this event on, and your son Peter, who's head coach at North Medford, a lot of, I imagine it's being a conductor, that a lot of work in terms of making sure that you get the right people in the right places as a young man from Crater gets ready to jump.
And I believe he's scratched. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, Pete has been doing this for a while. I've coached for so long, and Pete was, 3 years old. I'd have him on my back while I was coaching various teams and going to different meets, and this has been his life for a long, long time.
Well, I imagine the nice thing is and I think as we experienced yesterday, us doing and me calling my first track meet after years and years of football, basketball, a little bit of baseball, softball, soccer, and volleyball, that this is a completely different look, and you have to think about it, calling such an event in a completely different way than you might when you just have 2 teams out on the court, and you have, they have their uniform numbers, and they makes them easy to identify. As we have a South Medford jumper going here, and that with this, right now again we've got several different things going on, and we see one of your former athletes, Andy Atkinson, now the
infamous Andy Atkinson, of course.
He's out here shooting the event for Rosebud Media. A lot of the stuff that you see in the paper, Andy's the one taking the photographs of all of that. But what a lot of people don't know is he ran for you back in the day. And so he's down here with the coverage, and for South Medford, we just had a South Medford competitor that had just jumped, representing South Medford in the long jump today. In the first flight, we have Jazz Peterson, Brody Leslie, and Deacon Edgar.
That was a pretty good jump. He left early, and so I don't know what the distance is, but pretty good performance.
And I believe, just kind of picking this up from the fans in the stands, that was Gabriel Grant.
Well, Gabriel did all right, and it was a good jump.
So we'll try to cut as we can. And that's probably one thing, Hans, is you see different things going on, and I don't know how well we might be able to recount that. Oh, it looks like little things you learn along the way. It looks like we got somebody putting the numbers up for the different distances.
Yes.
So it looks like 1911 on that jump.
Yeah, it was a good jump, and the reader board is now operating. We can certainly see the one here for the long jump being right in front of it. I know there's one somewhere in the high jump area. It'd be nice to occasionally spot that and see who's jumping, if we possibly can.
As a matter of fact, I just saw a young lady that just went over the bar, over in the high jump, over here, kind of beyond, using my football frame of reference, by the southern end zone.
And it looks like they have two pits, one being set lower for those kids who are brand new, possibly freshmen who've never really jumped before. And so the bar is set a little bit lower for them. I'm not sure what the opening height is, probably around 4.5, 4.3 maybe, I don't know.
Well, and in terms of, and of course, even for the second down on the high jump, I was going to say it looks like in terms of our seed marks and everything, you talk about this real range of competitors. I can see that it looks like in terms of seed marks, they run the range from 310
right
all the way up to 5'2".
Sure. And there are a number of kids there with no heights at this point. So who knows where they why they haven't jumped yet. Maybe this is their first meet to high jump in and have no qualifying marks yet.
Well, I have to imagine that one of the challenges, and maybe you can speak to this, with a spring sport is, let me see, in terms of, you can talk about track athletes in terms of when your season begins, when your practices begin. That really is kind of as basketball and wrestling and swimming and all those sports are just kind of wrapping up.
Mm-hmm.
And so what, you're usually typically start to get things underway, what, about the tail end of February, beginning of March?
Yeah, and and along with that, it's a matter of equipment. When do you pull the high jump mats out when the weather is appropriate? When do you get the pole vault ready? And some events, running, you show up, you do the workout, you don't need the equipment, but high jumpers and pole vaulters, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, South Medford in the long jump. Now, as we've got the long jump going just in front of us, you mentioned about one of the jumpers scratching. Maybe for those that are kind of new to this event, talk about what would constitute a scratch versus a quote-unquote good jump.
A long jumper doesn't just find a spot to run down the runway, hit the board, which is 10 inches wide, and you cannot step over that board. And your foot, even by the smallest margin, cannot go beyond the board when you take off. And so a long jumper has steps. They've worked out exactly. They may know that they need 20 steps to hit that board with the foot they want to take off from. And Now, when you're brand new, you don't know that.
Right.
Or if the wind is on your back and you're running a little bit faster than you want to, and your foot is off, and you scratch a little bit over the top, and that can be a problem.
Now over here, it looks like we have a jumping event going in the opposite direction here. As it looks like I see a young lady for Cascade Christian that might be getting ready to jump, or is that just?
We're using both pits, and so I would imagine that's also the long jump. It could be the triple.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick look as this young competitor from Cascade Christian gets ready to jump. And if I'm not mistaken, that representative of Cascade Christian might be none other than Coach Griffin's daughter, Molly, who does the long jump for Cascade.
It must be, because Coach Griffin looks rather intense and nervous at the moment.
Well, they have about 2 or 3 really good jumpers, and Molly, whose concentration is more in volleyball. This year, she did a little bit of long jump in middle school, and last year did not compete. Of course, last year the whole dynamics were completely different, as we see.
Absolutely.
Looks like a jumper from Mazama on the girls' side getting ready to jump.
And for those people in the triple who don't know much about it, it used to be called the hop, skip, and jump. It's so you take off and you hop, land on the same foot, you skip, and then the final jump into the sand. And so some kids, and that's a tough event. It really is.
Well, I would imagine it takes a tremendous deal of coordination.
Absolutely. And that middle, if you went hop, skip, and jump, the skip portion is extremely important.
So we have the girls' triple jump taking place to our left, the boys' long jump just to our right. Then I don't know, Colton, maybe if you want to pan over to the south end zone there for a moment. It looks like you can see there that, as Coach Vasquez mentioned, that we've got a couple of different high jump setups. So we've got a lot of different things going on simultaneously, but that's what kind of keeps things moving smoothly. Otherwise, well, we'd be here all day.
It's a circus, and you need to keep looking in different directions to see what's going on. Currently, we have the high jump going on, the long jump going on, the triple, and way out in the distance, I believe they're already throwing the shot.
So a lot going on, and we'll do our best to try to update you as we learn of different results throughout the day. We mentioned the girls' triple jump, and then right now we see a young man from Crater getting ready to take the plunge in the long jump.
We even have an airplane going over, looking down, watching a meet. Those must be the cheap seats.
Well, that's one way to take in the event for free. But over on the triple jump side of things, we see looks like a competitor for Mazama, competing for Mazama today will be in the triple jump, will be Haley Knight, Addie Byington, and Maida Lee. And then it looks like we also have a young lady right now for North Valley getting set wearing red and white. She's getting ready to do her triple jump. And competing for North Valley is Sydney Moore along with Jocelyn Seidel and Addie Smith. And I'm recognizing, Hans, a lot of these names from competing in other sports. And that's kind of one of the neat things. I know that's been kind of a mantra from the OSAA the last several years of encouraging kids, because sometimes you get those whispers in your ear especially if you have designs on maybe playing at the higher next levels for sports to concentrate on one sport. But that, of course, the OSAA's counter argument to that is that You take at the most recent NFL drafts, you have people that are going to go on to play pro football who, when they were in high school, in addition to football, they ran track. They played basketball.
You bet.
Or maybe they played lacrosse, depending upon where they live.
Years ago, I heard Jeremy Guthrie, who just a great pitcher at Ashland High School, talk, and he was talking to kids, and the question was, so what made you so good? And he said, I was versatile. Mm-hmm. I did so many sports, and that's not happening as much lately, and I'm not sure it's a good thing. I think versatility, kids who play basketball and soccer and football and then come out for track, it's a good thing.
So now we have Colton pan over to his left. We have representative of North Valley getting ready to do the triple jump, as we have a long jumper from Phoenix getting ready to go. I imagine that requires a little bit of concentration. We were talking yesterday a little bit about kids doing different events, and that you have to kind of keep your ears open, and the coaches are kind of helping you in that respect as well, making sure that you're at the right place at the right time.
Yes. There are some personalities that kind of get lost in the mix sometimes when it's as busy as it is at a track meet, and they're not necessarily warming up correctly or being at their event on time, and so the coaches have a lot of work to do.
So we got a young man from South Medford getting ready to do his long jump. And
he sometimes, some kids, when they jump, they put their hands back when they land, and you measure to that spot. And so he actually had a decent jump, but because he allowed his hand to drag, it lessened the distance that he traveled, that he jumped.
And now on the boys' long jump, now we've got a athlete from Crater, and then we have a young lady in a blue warm-up. So it's really interesting. Yeah, we have two different events going on just right in front of us. And then just off to our right, we mentioned the high jump, and then actually we have the javelin going on behind us today.
Another great jump, and he didn't even he was before the board. He jumped early. And let's see what this is. The last jump was 16.4, and this time
looks like coming in at 19.7.
So pretty good jump.
What would your expectation be of where probably our top distances are going to land in that event for the boys?
Depending on the flights. The flights a bit later on are the better jumpers, but 19 and above on the boys' side is respectable.
All right, in terms of the highest seed, we see that in terms of seed marks, and those kind of give us, now maybe you can talk a little bit about those. When we talk about seed marks, these are more or less, are we talking about what they expect, or maybe what their PR up to this point has been, or how does that work?
Generally, it's the best mark they've had coming into this meet. Now, having said that, many of these kids have not had a meet yet. This may be their first. And so there's a chance that those are marks from last year, possibly their best mark. If anyone ever wants to check out marks for different events, athletic.net is a great site to look up, and it has everything, schools all over the country, both in cross country and in track. But if you're interested in seeing how kids are doing around the state, around the country, athletic.net is a great place to start.
Over on the triple jump, we see a representative from Cascade Christian just having made her jump from Cascade Christian in the triple. Now this is where we checked my mental dexterity in terms of about 7 different pages to cover today's action. But in the girls' triple jump and the first flight from Cascade, you have Allison Kramer, who I believe just jumped. She is the lone representative of the school in that. Also there again, looking at, you're talking about in terms of seed marks, the highest seed marks coming into this event from that first flight are Aja LePen from Hidden Valley, and she's a young lady. I remember at the middle school level that she's one of those athletes that's been at this a while and has obviously achieved a nice measure of success. Another top seed mark we see in that group is Maida Lee from Mazama. Also a couple of girls right around 29 with Haley Knight from Mazama and Sydney Moore from North Valley.
All great performers.
The most recent boys mark and the most recent jump we saw is 17.3. And now another representative from Crater. And again, if I'm not mistaken, this is Gabe Grant who had the top seed mark coming into the event. He's getting ready to jump as...
And he's got his timing down. And there it is. Good spot. Good jump. I'm going to guess here. I'm going to, he's over 20 feet. We'll see how good my...
19.
No!
So no, I know that from time to time, coaches and officials will, in other sports might have discussions, debates maybe, if you will, about a particular call. Have you ever had to experience much of that in track and field in terms of maybe pleading your case to an official on behalf of your athlete?
In track, it's pretty cut and dry. You either do it or you don't. There are times, possibly in the long jump, where you feel that, that was not a scratch. He didn't step. He wasn't a centimeter over the board. But you really can't argue that. That's the beauty of track and field, is that, again, it's cut and dry. It's pretty darn honest. Either you do it or you don't.
Posting the results so you can kind of see you've got many hands making light work here. You've got the volunteers from Rotary who are taking care of the measurements, and that measurement involves having the tape, and then you've got the gentleman with it's probably not the official name for it, but the stick.
The stick.
To say where he lands, and then the gentleman with the rake to kind of clear and kind of reset for the next competitor.
The stick really isn't necessary, but it's so much easier instead of bending down and putting the end of the tape where the foot mark was. If you do that all day long, it makes for a long day.
It sure does. Well, we look over now to our left. Triple jumper from North Valley, and it looks like she kind of ran into a little bit of trouble on her approach. Over on the boys' high jump, athlete from Phoenix. Now, I was going to say the gentleman that just jumped, and it looked like he's kind of tall. When you're talking about for jumping events, maybe in terms of athleticism and maybe, different giftings for it, who might be that person? I mean, can you eyeball somebody coming out for track and say, you know what, that student might end up being a good long jumper?
You look and you see a person, you say, you've got to build for a certain event. But it doesn't always work out that way. It's interesting. Sometimes in the long jump and the triple jump, it's your motor skills. You know, how much pop do you have in your legs, and that comes in all different sizes. So there's generally a certain body build and that might exist for certain events. It happens in the high jump, but boy, they're all different types and sizes in all these events. And
well, we just saw a really nice triple jump from a representative of Hidden Valley, and she's actually the lone representative in this first flight for the Mustangs, Aja Lapan. And, yeah, you know, that triple jump, I know when the kids are just kind of learning their way around track and field and getting their introduction to it, that triple jump is something that every now and then you might, you know, find a kid that you go, you know, you might have, if they've had success, say, as a long jumper or something like that, say, you know, you might be somebody who might want to try that on for size that you might be good at. I don't know that triple jump when you're, say, a sixth grader, it's necessarily something you go, that's an event that I want to do, unless maybe you've had a parent or an older sibling that's maybe tried it before.
Well, with the triple, you have to be careful. There is so much banging that oftentimes injuries, strains in your ankles. It's something that the triple is an odd event. And you have to really be super careful with it.
Now, what I'm trying to check out is see, now I've gotten spoiled by this reader board here in the long jump. And so I'm looking over down the way over for the triple to see if there isn't a reader board we can get view of.
There must be one somewhere.
Yes. But I'm guessing one that may be obscured from our view. Meanwhile, looking over to our right, the girls' high jump going on at this period in time. Let's see if we can. And again, as you mentioned earlier, Hans, a number of competitors on the schedule for today. And I see a jumper there that didn't quite clear the bar.
The Medford School District did a great job in bringing an extra pit here. One of them is usually at Spiegelberg, and they brought it over here so that if we only had one pit, one mat, that event would go on forever. Yeah. And so this kind of cuts that in half, helps us out.
Now here the boys' long jump.
Yeah, that was a run through.
And in the second flight, it looks like you see from his singlet from North Medford, we'll have Matthew Grigsma, Isaac Chavez, and Antonio Martinez.
And they're all doing their run-throughs, getting their steps down, finding out, you know, are they right on the board? Are they running at the appropriate speed? That young man did. And so you're allowed during warm-ups to do your run-throughs.
So we have that going on, and then over to our left, it looks like I see a young lady from Crater walking this way, and it looks like with the dark blue singlets, that's either going to be Mazama or Henley, and it looks like a young lady from Henley just went. Yeah, that was one of the things I was telling my wife going into today. It's like in calling these, you kind of put your head on a swivel a little bit in terms of different things going on.
You know, again, I want to compliment those teams that traveled a bit to get here and they left early this morning. That takes a lot. That's a lot of energy. Get up early, get on that bus. And in fact, I believe, and things may have changed, but there was a time when Henley did not have a bus, and so the parents were responsible for getting their kids to a meet, a travel meet. Can you imagine the complexity of that?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, and that's one of the things, competing in club sports, as my son did along the way in high school. You might have a match up in Portland, and rather than the team traveling together, you may have a certain amount of carpooling that's going on.
Yes.
And I have to imagine if you're a coach, one of the challenges for that, I mean, if you're all up on a bus, you have control of, to a certain extent, of when they eat.
Yep.
To a lesser extent, what they eat, but you've got input, on that, and some different things going on. If they're all traveling separately, well, you can give them that input. You can give them that encouragement and advice. Whether or not they follow it, well, that could be another ball game.
I can't tell you how nervous I'd be waiting to see if a certain person had arrived. Did they arrive safely? Are they ready for their event? It's it can be tough.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. Well, I can remember times even like with club soccer. Maybe you might have school track and field going on at the same time, and then maybe you have a track meet going on, then the kid's going to go off and play in a soccer game a little bit later on, and you're keeping track of, okay, is he here? He's our starting center back. Hopefully he gets here on time, and it makes things a little bit interesting in that way, but thankfully, they want to be there, so getting there and getting them there on time, unless they've run into a challenge.
Along those lines, here at North, I know, and I'm sure other schools also, there are a number of kids that help out with here who also have jobs. And, they have to leave practice early or arrive late, or at a meet they have to leave at a certain point because they're also working and obviously going to school and all that. So for some of these kids, it takes a huge commitment.
It does. Well, then I think it speaks to their dedication that they're able to pull off doing both, as we see Roseburg, members of their long jump team, doing their run throughs as we get prepared for the second heat. Representing Roseburg will be Nicholas Parrish, Colton Marsters, and Landon Duffer, who competed. And I just shared, just as we went to air this morning, Hans, some of the results from yesterday's meet. One of the things that I thought was kind of interesting and nice about it, we had a number of different schools represented in terms of first place finishes along the way. Maybe we see on the girls' side Grants Pass off to a really strong beginning, but some pretty tight competition on the boys' side, especially among the top three.
Yes, and I think some of you may have seen the article in this morning's Mail Tribune, and you saw the point scores and for various teams. That might change today. Things happen. Very much like a relay, things change dramatically as the meet progresses.
So now action's starting to get underway, and they'll be taking measurements for the boys' long jump, and then it looks over on the girls' side. If I'm not mistaken, Hans, it looks like they may be doing their run-throughs for the girls' long jump.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we see an athlete from Phoenix High School. It looks like she's kind of measuring her steps out.
And he scratched the North Medford jumper.
So now we have the long jump, boys' long jump, the second flight going on to our right, and then to our left, the girls' long jump. And again, it looks like they're kind of still in that warm up and getting ready phase. And just hear an announcement that flight number 3 for the boys' shot put getting ready to get underway. For Roseburg,
that was a good jump.
That was quite a jump there. And in this second flight, I'm wondering if that might perhaps be Landon Duffer, who came in with the top seed mark in this group. He came in with a 20.09.
And I cannot tell if he's scratched or not because they did not measure. Or was that it?
I think that 21 might be his.
That 21 is his, yes.
And now he's got a teammate getting ready to go.
Also a good jump. Those two are well coached.
Well, it looks like they're just about almost neck and neck as they get ready to post the measurement for his distance.
I believe it's 20 feet 1 inch.
So both over 20. So a nice start for Roseburg. And now got North Medford up. And
for whatever reason, he decided he took off clean, but he came down early. It was almost a run through.
Now let me give you an opportunity to speak to how many opportunities. Let's say if I'm going to be doing the long jump, how many jumps do I just get the one jump, or do I get?
You get 3. No, you get 3, and
okay.
then that wouldn't happen here. But you have trials. You have 3, and then they take the top 9 individuals back for the top 9 to come back for a final event.
The representative of North Medford with their jump. Things a little quiet right now over on the over to our left where the girls are jumping. I'll give this opportunity to encourage you to make sure that a visit to Tap Rock Northwest Bar and Grill on the banks of the Rogue River is included in your next trip to Grants Pass. First-class food and service awaits you. The gem of the Thomason Hospitality Group, Tap Rock. So maybe if you're watching down the way in Grants Pass today and you're thinking it's lunchtime, maybe think about making a little stop over at Tap Rock as we have an athlete from Roseburg that just took his jump and now looks like a little conversation with his coach. Now over to our left, looks like we've got a young woman from either Phoenix or Henley ready to jump now over on our right, though.
That was a scratch.
And it looked like, yeah, for this particular jumper, now I can see he's over talking with his quote-unquote event coach, Coach Griffin, discussing his jump. I'm sure kind of going over the finer points of what just transpired. Looked like a good jump from a young lady from Henley.
A good jump. Took off a bit early. Could be somewhere in the 19s, I think.
And so I just hear over the public address, the girls' 1,500 meters, their first call of the day.
No, I was off. 20 feet, 1 inch.
And so far, if I'm not mistaken, I think the distance to beat is 21.
Yeah. And, you know, he took off early, this last jumper, and that could have been possibly a 21-foot jump.
Another good jump for Roseburg. looking like maybe 20 foot even.
The other thing that helps in the long jump is if you get some hang time, if you can stay in the air for a bit longer, travel a little bit further is helpful.
And what are some ways you can accomplish that? I imagine some of us just, as we see the jumper from North Medford.
And again, he took off early, so we'll see what they measured that one at, but his jump is probably a few inches more. So he comes out at 19 feet 11 inches, and I bet you that that was easily a 20-plus jump.
Over to our left, a representative from Crater. Taking a leap there, and then just to our right, an athlete from North Medford taking their jump. And also in front of us, we see some athletes because we do have some running events going on here today, correct?
We do, and the 1500 should be coming up.
I see we've got the clock over to our right, so they're getting all that set up and ready to go. Roseburg jumper with kind of a hard landing there.
I want to give a bit of a shout out. Our starter yesterday and again today is Ron Williams. Ron is a former football coach, state champions at Phoenix, just one of the best. Then became an administrator, was the principal at Crater, and then at South Medford. Maybe it was a different order. South Medford, then Crater. He was an assistant at South Medford, and then the principal here at North Medford. So we are just so lucky to have people like him helping out.
Well, as a matter of fact, I remember back in the day him coaching over at Phoenix High School, coaching football over there.
Right.
Back in the days when the Pirates ran the, here's an old offense, the spin tee.
Spin tee. Ron Williams and Harry Mondale, and that was a great, great coaching staff.
Well, from all over the valley, you mentioned a couple of those names. It's a reminder, and then we think about Bill Bowerman, for whom this field is named, that it reminds us, at least in terms of coaching, some of the outstanding members of that fraternity that have graced the courts and the fields of Southern Oregon over the years.
Yes. And, some of the coaches, definitely on the North staff, those are folks that aren't teachers. They're former athletes here in Medford, and they are they have their jobs. They come out here and coach kids every single day. Their commitment is incredible.
Indeed. Well, I know we see a lot of the same thing over our school at Cascade Christian. We have people, they're either running companies or you have a few teachers here and there, but
right.
But or sometimes they teach at different schools. We had a boys soccer coach for a couple of years that actually worked at one of the elementary schools in Grants Pass.
Mm-hmm.
You'd come down and drive down, and me as the assistant, my job was to make sure we got everything set up for practice, so that everything came about on time. So again, there's a lot of moving parts in terms of making things go. Over to our left, we have a representative from Crater High School getting ready to jump, and then to our right, a representative of North Medford. So now the second call going out for the girls' 1,500-meter run. Saw some great running events last night, some real drama, and a real treat for a guy who hasn't watched nearly as much track and field as he's wanted to over the years.
I want to give another shout out to our cameraman. It is not easy in the complexity of a meet to point that in the right direction. There are so many things going on, and he's doing
well, I was going to say,
job.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, Colton worked with me during basketball season. It's pretty simple. It's like where the ball, and again, your view is pretty tight. You don't have to move the camera a whole lot. It's like, and wherever the ball goes, that's kind of what's going on. Although you might occasionally have an injured athlete trailing the play or something going on, but it's pretty cut and dry, in those sports. But here at a track meet, you'll hear me throughout the day. It's like, Colton, let's go ahead and pan over to our right, or let's pan over to our left. And it's not because he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just he doesn't have the ability. We haven't got to the point yet where he reads my mind. And so although I can certainly say that will come with time.
I think Colton will be visiting a chiropractor after the beat.
Yeah, there you go.
All the movements.
A little neck massage. So a little bit of a break in the action gives us an opportunity to say thank you to our nearly 2,000 YouTube subscribers who've joined on board and become subscribers of Table Rock Sports. If you want to join the team, it's pretty simple. You go to our Table Rock Sports page at youtube.com and click on the red subscribe button. Your home for high school sports in Southern Oregon, tablerocksports.net. And over the years, Pete Belcastro and Joe Brett have put together a pretty well-oiled machine. You have announcers come and go over the years, and it started out pretty simple. Started out on radio, and then as with the advent of the internet and video streaming, it's quite a deal to see what it's come to. For now that on a day like today, we're here covering this track event, but there will be baseball and softball going on that Table Rock Sports will be providing coverage for. And more often than not, depending upon what school you're a fan of, chances are we're covering your school in action. And we're grateful for the sponsors that help make that happen, and that includes Sherm's Thunderbird and Food for Less, John L. Scott Real Estate, and Travel Medford and the Southern Oregon Sports Commission. They're great partners in keeping high school athletics streaming for you. Day 2 of the Rotary Relays. Yesterday at Spiegelberg Stadium under the Friday night lights, a real treat for the athletes here who don't maybe ordinarily get to do that. And now it looks like we're getting ready to do the third heat for the boys long jump, as I see a representative from Crater starting to do his run through. And also looks like over on the other side to our left, we have girls action going on.
Grants pass it. They're doing their run-throughs. Coaches are standing right next to the board to possibly give the kids some adjustments they need to make so they hit the board perfectly.
So we mentioned Grant's pass in the third flight of the long jump. Representing them will be Matthew Jensen along with Mason Bennett and Jacob Moss. And I see now an athlete from Henley doing his run through. Representing the Hornets will be Joe Sudi, Eli Hayes, and Colton Smith. Also participating in this heat will be St. Mary's. So one of the smaller schools here in the area from the Oregon 3A level, competing in the same league as Cascade Christian.
And Colton Smith is the grandson of Ron Smith, the infamous Ron Smith of Henley High School, a person who I've coached against and one of my best friends. It's great to see his grandson out here being an athlete. His sons are also coaching here. It's a complete Smith tradition.
Well, you mentioned Colton Smith. I'm looking at some of the seed marks coming into this heat, that he owns the longest distance at 1902.
Well, yes. I've known Colton for some time. He's a great little athlete.
And then a lot of the distances, at least coming into this meet, a lot of 18s from there. But as you say, as you mentioned earlier, being early in the season, I imagine some of these seed marks are going to look a lot different than they do now.
I think, and with the jumps, sometimes when the weather gets warmer, the jumps improve. And so towards the end of the season, you'll notice a marked difference in how far they're going.
And then I see a young female athlete from Crater. It looks like she's kind of measuring out where she's going to start her approach. And your final call going out for the girls 1500, so we'll be keeping our eyes and ears open for that. It looks like we have some triple jump going on down that way for the girls, or the run through.
Yes, it was a run through.
Okay. I stand corrected. I know you'll find it hard to believe, but there are those moments, and we try to keep them rare, where I don't get it right.
I tend to stumble into them a lot. I wish we could see the reader boards for the girls. It's not prominent.
No, it's not. I'm going to guess that it's probably just right next to the crew taking the measurements and the person recording all the distances. For the longest time, this was a one-day event, that the Rotary relays would all take place on one day, but one of the interesting things that kind of came out of the COVID pandemic, in order to allow everybody to be able to compete, is they split it up over 2 days last year. And it was one of those things, sometimes making those discoveries by accidents that you discover. It's like, you know what, we may be onto something here, and this idea of it being a 2-day event is a good idea.
You know, we asked a lot of questions, and in so many different ways it's helpful. The Rotarians, they're not out here all day long. You know, it becomes a long day if you have it on one day with all the helpers that you need. And so things are split up. It's easier. Kids are getting more individual attention. Last night, kids were able to run under the lights at Spiegelberg. That was unique and fun. So and a lot of the coaches love it. They really do.
Well, now, am I correct in understanding that previously part of why you wouldn't be able to do this is that OSAA,
right?
The mandate at that time is keeping it down to 1 day.
Right, because you can only have X amount of meets per season. And when you split it up like this, there was a time that would have counted as 2 meets. And now they were convinced that this that only counts for 1 meet, but it's spread among 2 days.
Well, I imagine that obviously that is something that the powers that be welcome. Some highlights from yesterday. Well, we're kind of got a little bit of downtime going on. Winners of the boys 4x100 relay, South Medford, with Deacon Edgar, Andrew Walker, Benjamin Krebs, who I remember playing soccer for Rogue Valley Adventist last year. So he's transferred over, and one of those all-around athletes who I think really finds that he's found something with swimming and with track and field. And then Asher Johnson, also a part of that group. Winners of the 4x200, Grants Pass. In the 4x400, taking first place was Roseburg. In the 4x800, North Medford. The distance medley, South Medford with Connor Singer, Andrew Walker, Michael Mayorano, and Eric Parker. Then the 4x110 shuttle hurdle relay taken by Grants Pass. And just looking at those grouping of scores, Hans, from yesterday, and the boys, and you mentioned like that we could possibly see things kind of shift a little bit depending upon the strengths of each team. But looking to me like a pretty good horse race among the top 4 or 5 teams.
Yes. And, when you look, I think you're going to notice that Grants Pass, Crater could make a move. Crater is that's a strong program. But, South Medford is they're strong. I think North and the boys' side, they're going to score some points. So things are going to change today.
All right. Then over on the girls' side, Grants Pass taking the 4x100 and the 4x200 relays. Sanai Vainuku Johnson, that's a name I remember from basketball season.
Right.
Also Brooke Anderson, I think part of the Anderson family that also features Lowell Anderson, who was a boys and girls soccer coach up at Grants Pass for a while. And then also Sophie Mock and Addison Thorson, a part of that. But they, in the shorter relays, ended up doing very well. North Valley wins the 4x400 relay on the girls' side. Roseburg took the 4x800 relay. Distance medley, again, won by Grants Pass. And Crater taking the 4x100 shuttle hurdle relay. And so in terms of scoring, after day one, Grants Pass with 46 points. But while they're kind of got a gap behind them, you still have Roseburg, South Medford, North Medford, Crater, Henley, North Valley, all in a pretty good group behind them.
Yeah, the larger teams, they do have an advantage. You're not doubling kids up. You're not tripling kids up in as many events. They tend to be fresher. Their marks tend to be better. Their times might be faster. So there is an advantage having a team that's a decent size.
Representative from Henley in the long jump.
And I believe that's Mr. Smith.
And now looks like we've got the
1500.
1500 going on, and we'll keep an eye on that. We're about a minute into that event.
And that's new this year. We have a reader board so the kids know exactly what their lap times are when they run by.
So we'll try to do our best to keep our eye on that. So, yeah, we've got several things going on simultaneously as an athlete from Grants Pass takes his long jump.
I think Colton Smith's long jump was 1911. And now we'll get
looks like we have another representative from Henley coming up. He'll take his approach. And they'll take the measurement of it. You figure that might be in about the 17, 18 range? Maybe?
I think so. He rolled out of that in a unique fashion. 18-1, 18-10. It's hard to read. And the girls' 1500, things are starting to stretch out a little bit. Kids are gapping one another.
Try to see if I can't get a hold of my flight sheet and let you know who's entered into that event. So looking at the girls' 1,500 meter run, and it looks like that they've got that if I'm not mistaken, broke up into a couple of different heats.
There are 2 heats, correct? This is a slower heat.
And we'll try to get a view of them. They're about 3.5 minutes into that. And in looking at some of the seed times in the first heat, Abby Catterall from Mazama come in with a seed time of 6:16. And then we have a range kind of in about the 6.5, higher 6 range. Raina Crisp from Cascade Christian, Ashley Anderson from St. Mary's, Alex Pimentel of Cascade Christian, and Emily Baudoin of St. Mary's.
And, we don't know if this is their first 1,500 of the season. The next heat will be faster and much more experienced. You've got Grace Giaconelli from Ashland. She certainly is the dominant person, I believe, in that heat. It should be exciting.
Well, you mentioned, that looks like that should be coming up in the second heat, and she comes in with a seed time of 5:05. We'll look to see what kind of challenge she might get from Madison Wilt of Grants Pass, who comes in with a 4:56.
Well, and 5:05 is that's a soft time for Grace. She's actually she's probably will run better than that. We'll see how fit she is this early in the season, but she is just one exceptional runner and has been. She's a senior this year, so there's a lot on the line. She'll be getting after it.
Wants to finish that high school career well, and that's coming up in the second heat of the girls 1,500. Right in front of us right now, the third group of boys long jumpers. Henley, a jumper there, and Colton Smith. And they're getting ready to post his distance. And here we have a good race going on in the girls 1,500. Taking first, it looks like that was Haley Dickens of Crater. And you see, to your point earlier, that coming into this race, there were a lot of girls that hadn't posted times yet.
That's right. They have been possibly either they've not posted a time this year, or this is their very first time running the 1,500. This is a perfect meet to introduce kids to different events.
So our congratulations, and again, if my eyesight is correct, that's Haley Dickens of Crater taking first place in the first heat of the girls' 1,500-meter run.
And again, a Crater distance kid. That is not unusual.
Well, and what's interesting is coming up in the next heat, they'll have a couple of representatives, Emma West and Lindsay Siebert.
We've got a girl from, what school is that?
Cascade Christian.
Cascade Christian. And, when you think about it, these kids are working so darn hard. And I'm so glad that there are people in the stands cheering them on after such a difficult last 2 years where we haven't been able to do this. Yeah, it's refreshing. It really is.
Well, I had an opportunity to chat a little bit with Todd Burns from Cascade Christian. He works with the throwers over there. We're just talking about how essentially really some of the challenges we've had in the last couple of years have really cost some of these kids about roughly a year and a half of training.
Absolutely. From what they've athletically, what they've had to go through academically, socially, it's been rough, and it's, again, refreshing to see all these kids out here hopefully getting back to normal.
Well, and again, you got to be thankful for this year's seniors. They get an opportunity now to finish off. You mentioned Grace Giaconelli from Ashland being a senior, and this is her senior year, and this will give her an opportunity to cap off that high school athletic career on a high note.
Yes. She had a great cross-country season, and I'm sure will have a great track season along with that.
We see a jumper from North Valley over to our left, just having completed the triple jump. And now a representative from Grants Pass on the boys' high jump. Falling forward. Get his time measured up. But what's kind of interesting is we saw the young runner from Cascade Christian, and knowing the athlete, just a freshman, still getting their first taste of it. And what an opportunity, really, I imagine for those younger athletes. There's some growing pains that are going on. I mean, some of them haven't hit their growth spurt yet.
Nope.
Some of them already have.
Nope.
So you got a lot of kids in a lot of different places in terms of their physical development, along with the fact that this being new for them. And just think about the experience that they gain now and how that will serve them down the road.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's the other thing that happens out here. You have 15-year-olds competing against 18-year-olds, and there's a marked difference. You know, that 18-year-old who has had a ton of experience and this brand new freshman who's just getting started. And so you have all that variability going on in a track meet.
Just saw a jump from Grants Pass. They're in the third heat of the boys' long jump. And those folks over in the high jump area, they're going to be quite busy all throughout the day. Just seeing all the events that we mentioned earlier today, 28 girls entered into the high jump and 32 boys. So all told, 60 competitors.
And again, Colton Smith with a, let's see, I'm going to be guessing 18.9. Let's see how good I am with that. And obviously I'm not.
19.6.
19.6.
Not now, to me, that doesn't sound like much, but maybe somebody else says, well, you know. And the girls' triple jump going on down to our left. And now the Grants Pass boys, and again, this in the third heat. A little bit shorter jump there. But he got the jump away.
And it looks like the second heat of the 15 and the girls' 15 is about to start.
See the flags up.
And again, this is one of the premier events today.
So they're over across the way from us. They just passed the tower, or sometimes known as the Crow's Nest, across from us. So that event just getting underway.
And I think you'll see the Crater kids and Grace Yalcanelli from Ashland starting to make a move, create some separation.
So this is the second heat, and that'll feature runners from Grants Pass, Roseburg, Ashland, Crater, North Medford, Roseburg. Out front, looks like that might be Madison Wilt, closely followed by runners from Ashland and Roseburg. Elizabeth Ekman came in with a seed time of 5 minutes for the Roseburg Indians.
And her grandfather is Jim Ekman, the longtime Wairika coach. And her dad is currently the Roseburg coach.
So quite a legacy, that's kind of neat sometimes saying, well, here you are working with, your years in track and field, and then now your son in the coaching ranks, and then how many people you run across in a track meet like this where you're seeing, young folks who maybe not aren't as young as they used to be, who were former athletes of yours, who are adults now, and they have kids competing.
Well, and it's great to watch former athletes become coaches themselves. That's a lot of fun.
So we're coming into the straightaway. This is the second heat of the girls' 1500. Madison Wilt, then we have Grace Iaconelli and Elizabeth Ekman.
So now you'll notice there'll be some chess playing, some moves here and there to see who stays on pace. Someone might pick it up a little bit to see if others will go along.
We're in the second lap of this 4-lap event. And we'll have some more of that going on. So a nice combination of strictly running events yesterday and hurdles, and then a combination of field events and some running as well today.
It looks like Ekman and Iaconelli are starting to move out.
As they make their way across from us, and the start-finish line kind of off to our right. They started out in the southeast corner of the track here at Bell Bowerman Field. Now they're out of the turn into the straightaway.
Yeah.
See Grace Iaconelli from Ashland.
She's taking charge now.
Followed by Elizabeth Ekman. And Madison Wilt from Grants Pass just behind her. They've got a little bit of separation. And it looks like we've got another flight of boys high jumpers getting ready. I see Brody Sample from Cascade Christian, football and basketball player who does track in the spring.
And Ekman just made a move, and attempting to create a gap over Grace Iaconelli.
It is fascinating to me when you talk about distance runs like this, that you talk about that chess match and some of the things, and I don't know that as somebody who ran the mile back in the day that I ever quite really mastered that, but that there's a real kind of almost, if you will, art and science to kind of charting out your run.
You know, it is a game play. You have a plan going in, and you stick to it as much as you possibly can. But at some point, you have to respond to what someone else is doing. That's why it's called racing. Great time of 4:51, and Gracie through 54, and another one under 5. So that was a great performance. When you see 4 girls, I believe, all under 5.
I'm going to assume this is Emma West from Crater in 4th place. And then we have a couple of representatives from North Medford in the field, including Rose Mager and Sandra Parsons, as well as Eleanor Nickel. But congratulations to Elizabeth Ekman of Roseburg, who ends up taking first place in the girls' 1500. Today's action is brought to you by the Medford Parks and Recreation Department. The Spring-Summer Recreation Guide is available with sports leagues and activities to sign up for now. Visit playmedford.com or call 774-2400 to learn more. So even if your days of competing in high school sports are over with, there are still opportunities to go out there and have some fun. And we're thankful for the Medford Parks and Recreation Department for making those opportunities. That's one of the kind of the neat things is to go down to what was once now that U.S. Cellular Community Park, and on any given night you see either a little bit of sandlot football, if you will, going on, or adult soccer leagues, or any number of different activities going on.
You know, you can go back, drive down the freeway, down I-5, you see it raining and cold, and those lights are on, and people are playing softball.
Yeah, some of them
at
the dead of winter.
Absolutely, you know. That was a great move on the Park and Rec's part to put that facility in.
Well, just thinking about coming up Memorial Day weekend, we'll have the Memorial Challenge, and those fields will be full of soccer players. We just came off a spring break where we had baseball and softball tournaments going on, and you know, yeah, there always seems like there's something going on.
And can you imagine how much money that brings into the valley?
It does. I know with having one of my kids working, having a daughter working in the hospitality industry, that I don't mind any time it's like, well, how are things looking at the hotel this week? Well, we've got this and such team, that team in town, and so if you know, that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg. Mazama doing their run-throughs at this point in time. Today's action is brought to you in part by Schlesinger and Villeneuve, attorneys with practices throughout Southern Oregon, and the Southern Oregon Sports Commission's Know Your Role campaign, promoting respectful and civil behavior at youth sporting events. And that's where I hope certainly that maybe as we've had an absence of sports, I know one of the things for me, even as a coach, that gap in time of not having any sports and then being able to compete again, I think in a way it kind of had a mellowing effect on me. That there were a lot of things that I might calls in a soccer match that I might have contested before, whereas now it's like, you know what? We're out here playing, and that's what's important.
I agree.
And just kind of let that other stuff go.
I agree. You know, there's an adjustment made, and you find how valuable all this is to kids in their personal growth, and so you adjust. You find out really what is truly important about all these athletic events and things that we provide for kids.
Absolutely. Well, it's interesting, and I think that's been a part of one of the marketing campaigns for OSAA in terms of encouraging kids to come out for sports, that how many times these things that you learn about goal setting, planning, discipline, training, teamwork, that these set the stage for other disciplines in life that often translate well into whatever your career is, regardless of what your chosen field is.
And as I said earlier, you know, when you see some of these kids, and obviously academics is by far the most important, but you see them performing athletically, having a job to go to, you know, planning out their day, planning out how much they put into all those three things or more, and their friends. And
well, it's interesting to me, and I'm sure you've seen that over the years, that as you have like your senior recognition events maybe before that last meet of the year, and the kids get to share what their favorite memory was over the way. And sometimes it's not necessarily, well, it was the time I won the 1,500 over at Henley, but rather it might be, well, I remember the bus rides over there.
Yeah,
or
that's absolutely.
Playing games with my friends in the hotel room when we were at the state tournament.
Yeah.
You know, those little things that you don't think are all that important, but I know you guys as coaches, those are some of the things. Sometimes, you know, on some of these trips, you're scheduling right down to the minute what their activities are going to be so that they make the most out of that experience.
Well said. Well said. Those bus rides and You know, when you sit on the bus and you listen to the kids laughing and having a good time as you're going to Roseburg or Portland or wherever you're going for a meet, that's good. And kids remember that.
Well, and I think a part of what we're doing here today, Hans, is kind of celebrating those accomplishments and giving recognition to some of those kids and we see looks like we've got
the boys 1500 first heat.
So that'll give me
quite a group.
Yes. Looking at some of the top seed times, Bryce Forel from Mazama coming in with a 4:51. Or Giovanni Casares from Henley, 4:55. Benjamin Barlow from Grants Pass. David Noble from St. Mary's with 4:58s. And this, the first heat. We see Hidden Valley running out front, followed by St. Mary's. Another Hidden Valley runner, and the Mazama Vikings coming up along the outside. But for the Hidden Valley runners that are competing in this heat, Hunter Kraus, Kyle Staten, and Grant Bohannon, they don't come in with seed times. So
no, and you know, who knows? Have they run this year? Is this their first year out? It's a learning experience.
So they're in the second lap of that event. We're just a minute 29 into an event where we expect that probably some of the top runners will come in at a little under 5 minutes.
And again, I don't want to create an ad for athletic.net, but that is always interesting to get on athletic.net and see what some of the times have been and how kids are doing at various schools all over the state, all over the country.
And we have a runner from Hidden Valley running out front, and he's one of those guys with no seed time. And same for one of his teammates is running side by side with whom I'm sure is David Noble from St. Mary's. And then we have another field of runners. We were talking about young runners, the young guys, Henry Giomi Brown and Tan Landers from Cascade Christian are freshmen. And we also have runners from Mazama. Finally, those uniforms that were mysterious to me from the distance we were at yesterday. It's like, hard. Okay, it almost looked like a V, but what that is, well, what that is a V with the rest of the Viking name running underneath. It's like, okay, now that makes sense.
That was rough yesterday. It was getting dark, and I kept looking to see, who is that? What school? And, you know, you also notice that sometimes some schools have 2 or 3 different uniforms.
Right. Or sometimes we saw them in the same field, and we were talking about that distance medley relay last night where you have a lot of interesting things in terms of strategy and things you can do that come into play as opposed to your quote-unquote traditional events. I think the public address announcer likened it a little bit to a NASCAR race last night. And it's like, you know, that's probably a pretty fitting description, although we're talking about humans and not machines.
There's a ton of separation from first to second, you know, close to 80 meters.
We have a couple of runners from North Valley that have just passed in front of our vantage point. Runner from Grants Pass behind them. And as you mentioned, Hans, you see a lot of different agendas out there. You got some guys out here that, you know, they're experienced runners, and this is all for time, and they're really looking to get out there. And for some of them, this is kind of an experience opportunity.
You know, well, to see these kids, you know, towards the back of the field, I'm excited for them. They're out here working hard.
Here comes Kyle Staten, looking like he'll be taking first place with a time right around unofficially of 4:35.
That's not a bad time.
And from Mazama, I will assume that's Bryce Worrell. Then we also see Hidden Valley, St. Mary's in that heat. Runners continue to finish. We're under 5 minutes, so all of these kids have been clocking good times. Here comes Henry Gialmi Brown with about a 5:05. And while this is going on, as we've been noting throughout the day, the long jump, the jumping pits in front of us. Runners from North Valley.
There's a mad sprint to the finish.
Mazama, Grant's pass, another Mazama runner. And I see a boys long jumper from North Valley with a 17.5. And again, as like you mentioned, you'd love to see the crowd cheering on those runners that are completing their races as we now pass the 6-minute mark. And you can just tell from the build, a lot of younger, less experienced runners, and this is giving them that experience.
So now we've got the heat, the fast heat. You know, we've got some individuals in this from...
Well, as a matter of fact, you mentioned it. I believe it's Tyrone Gorsey.
Gorsey is from Crater.
Mm-hmm. He and Josiah Tostenson, they don't have seed times, but we already know they already come in. What they'll do today will be no secret.
Exactly. They are nationally national level type high school runners. So they're good.
Well, you just look at this field of runners. I mean, as much as I'd love to say I follow it day in and day out, I don't. But these are still names that are very familiar to me. We mentioned Tyrone Gorsey, Josiah Tostenson, Nathan Stein from Ashland.
Nathan is his brother's running at Oregon. Nathan is just a super young man, very talented. It's actually in his interest to be in a field like this. To gain that confidence to run against the two Crater kids who are so darn talented.
Then also in the field, Michael Mayorano from South Medford, and he'll be competing, I believe, at Gonzaga next year.
Yes, he is going to Gonzaga. He should not be counted out. He's got wheels, as they say. He can move.
Then also in the field, Sean Garnica from Crater, Finley Taylor from Ashland, Connor Singer from South Medford, saw him compete last night. Jake Serrani from Cascade Christian.
And Finley from Ashland is a young man. Does it have his? He's young, so he's in a great field. He's another one that's going to benefit from being with these faster runners.
As a junior, Serrani from Cascade, a state champion in boys cross individual state championship.
There you go.
This last fall, I know he came in with expectations, but in battling some injury issues that he incurred during track season last year, and ended up settling for a second-place finish. But and I don't remember where the runner's from, but there was this really top runner from one of the schools up north that ended up being the state champion, and it was not a surprise that if it wasn't going to be Jake, that it was going to be this other kid. And the second heat for the boys 1,500 just underway. It's out across the track from us. So coming around the bend, taking the turn. In the second heat, we got Gorsey from Crater, Mayorano from South Medford.
Yeah.
Another pair of Crater runners and a representative from South.
I think Mr. Mayorano is this is going to be a good day for him. They've got quite a lead, quite a gap that they've created. I think now you'll see them help each other out for a while, and then the race begins.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Gortzy an underclassman? That we're talking about a kid that still has plenty of high school track and field ahead of him?
Yes, he does. Again, another Crater athlete who is nationally ranked.
And, of course, we were talking about the Tostensons. They're quite a family tradition of athletic excellence in running.
Yeah, his brother Jans ran at Georgetown.
Holding down first place, Gortzy, followed by Mayorano. Also have Connor Singer. Two minutes in to the second heat of the boys 1500.
And you see the two leaders duking it out. They're actually, in some regard, helping each other out. It's nice to have company when you're moving that fast.
Yes. Yeah, I could imagine if you're if you set sail from the field that it can be kind of a, you have to do the best you can to push yourself. Maybe run against the clock more than anything else. Whereas if you got company like this, it keeps you going.
Well, and these kids are they're friends. They sometimes run and train with one another.
Right.
They're very aware of each other's talents.
There's a lot of excitement over this event. And
that's Mr. Torgensen yelling and screaming in the background.
Yep. Doing everything he can, doing his part to help root his runner on. And having run a few long distance, not very fast, mind you, but I tell you what, there is something about having people cheering you on that gives you a little spring in your step at the end. So we have Gortzy running out set. Mayorano is second.
354.
Michael
357 and 359.
Josiah Tostenson.
And here comes some great, incredible times.
I believe that was Stein from Ashland that finished fourth.
At 4:02, I believe his time was, thereabouts.
Just about right, I think.
That race is going to go in the books. That was quite a performance by the entire field.
Really provides a really nice second day highlight, I think.
Absolutely.
And you got to imagine that while we have other events going on, the high jump, the long jump, and then now I also see down here pole vault out across from us, that every now and then it's like, what's going on? And suddenly you get dialed into a race that's going on. But 354, that's hauling the mail.
That is, yeah. Congratulations to those kids. Wow.
Well, we'll have to, and this is early in the year yet. It'll be really interesting to see by the time we get to districts and state, and then there'll be the Grants Pass event coming up soon. See how all that goes. So you're watching second day action of the Rotary Relays today out at Bill Bowerman Field at North Medford High School. Today, the focus primarily on the field events, but we also have, as you just saw, some running events going on. Rather than the relay format, it's more the traditional individual format. Fans, it's time to get back into the game. We were talking a little bit about know your role, and we talked about how you can be an athlete, you can be a coach, you can be a parent cheering them on, but you can only be one. Well, one of those critical roles to fill. And if you've ever thought, maybe watch it and say, well, I think I might be able to do a better job at that. Well, maybe you can. Well, here's your opportunity. We're asking you to consider the possibility of becoming an official. There is a critical need in all sports right now. Go to osaa.org and click on the blue Become an Official button to learn more. We hope to see you out on the court or out on the field soon. I love the comment that Vern Loy, who had been for so many years in charge of basketball officials here, says, without us officials here, all you have is PE.
Old Vern. Yes, that's very true.
And so with that, and you look at, and I know that there are guys that would like to retire and pass on the baton, and that is a way that somebody can get involved. You get all that training, and it's also not a bad side hustle as well. I mean, you'll get plenty of opportunity to work. I can remember coaching some middle school girls basketball this year where I would see officials, and then later on that day see them at a varsity basketball game. So
there is a critical need, no doubt.
And so that's one thought to put out there this afternoon. You see over to our left, the girls competing in their jumping events off to the left side. Over here on the right, the boys have been competing throughout the day. Things have warmed up a little bit since we got started today, Hans, but still very, very pleasant. Sierra Samhammer jumping for Cascade Christian in the long jumping event. And now here we have a representative from Hidden Valley for the boys.
Good jump.
Tell you, one of the things you learn as you gain experience, you kind of, learn what works and what doesn't work. One of the things I'm going to do next year, Hans, or next track event that I do, is I'm probably going to figure out a method of organization for the flight sheets. Of course, I suppose, to be fair, there have been 700 athletes competing in these events. There's a lot to keep track of.
It is daunting. You search for kids and...
Okay, I think I have finally found the boys' fourth flight for the long jump. So we mentioned Hidden Valley, Ronan Hodge, Timothy Reardon, and Theo Bergman competing for the Mustangs. And then also in this group from North Valley, Gabe Champion and Jaden Twiddell, as well as Matthew Hawkins. And then Darren Avsey from Mazama, Peyton Maurer, and Brody Sample from Cascade Christian. Matter of fact, we got a North Valley jumper getting ready to go as we speak.
I'm going to leave for a second, congratulate one of my athletes. I'll be right back.
All right, will do. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's Hans Vasquez, who has joined us this weekend for the Rotary Relays. For years, coaching at Phoenix and Ashland High School, and now part of the staff as his son Peter leads the North Medford program. Jumper for North Valley. Makes his jump, and then they'll take the measurement. Looks like he scratched on it. Almost looked like from here that his toe may have gone over.
Just inched over. Yeah, she's
over
not
the board.
going down to measures, so.
Now Brody Sample up for Cascade Christian.
It looks like they're setting up for the intermediates. Is that correct? Is that the...
Well, looks like they just might be. Sample had just jumped. His grandfather, Don, was a public address announcer for South Medford for quite a number of years, and I think a former college roommate of none other than the immortal Dennis Murphy, basketball coach from some years gone by, and then his dad
currently helping out at SOU.
Yes,
Dennis is.
North Valley jumper. Falling forward, and they'll get right where he touched down. And again, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. What we're doing is looking whatever the first part of your body was that
exactly.
hit.
Their toe cannot not go past the front of the takeoff board.
18-2 the measurement on that last jump. And now we have a North Valley jumper for the ladies to our left. And again, our apologies for our inability to be able to give you an idea of what the disc. We don't have the reader board available to us from there.
And that was a scratch.
Over here for the Hidden Valley boys. I'll get the pit ready for their next competitor from Mazama, and representing Mazama in this flight of the boys long jump, Marcos Torres. Also we have Dominic Melgoza and Darren Avsey. Now over to our left, a jumper from Hidden Valley getting ready to go. Getting the pits prepared for her. Then one of her male counterparts just jumping now for Hidden Valley. And that last jump, a 17-1. You mentioned the hurdles, so yeah, now here on the track we see where they got the hurdles set up.
And they're called intermediate hurdles. It's 300 meters. And they're intermediate in the sense that you have low hurdles, high hurdles, and these are in between.
Now, I can tell you that there were certain events that fascinated me as a young athlete, but the one I would think doing the hurdles would take courage.
Yes, yes, and the intermediates, 300 intermediates, is really, it is one difficult, tough event. You know, when you're going over all those flights and around the turn, it's not a straight runway.
Nice jump from Hidden Valley competitor. And as that is taken and that's posted up on the board, a jump of 19
something.
19-2.
19-2.
Pretty good. So, yeah, we do have some track events. The girls 300 intermediate hurdles scheduled to go at 1:45, which was actually about 5 minutes ago, and then the boys will follow with that. And then the final track events, Hans, will be and that's going to be the Fast and the Furious there, the boys and girls 100-meter dash.
Yes, yes.
Just saw a jumper for the North Valley girls. Now here calls going out for the shot put, high jump. And that's the thing, yeah, as a coach, yeah, keep your eyes and ears open all throughout the day. Imagine that whole process of, well, for example, over at North Medford, about how many athletes are on that squad between the boys and girls both?
Total, this year it's down a little bit, and I think there are multiple reasons for that. But I believe they're, and this is a guess, somewhere close to 80. Sometimes, you would hope on a school that competes to the 6A level. It's you try to get over 100 kids. That helps. And remember, it's split between a boys program and a girls program.
Right.
And then you have your other split between varsity and JV.
Right. Well, and I imagine there are a lot of interesting decisions that get made there in terms of maybe having a precocious athlete that maybe you find in fairly short order ready for varsity competition pretty early on in their high school. Maybe we see that, well, I know we tend to see that a lot more at the smaller school level.
Yes.
Than at the 6A, whereas the 6A it's probably almost more, again, unless you're just, as we like to nickname, a unicorn, and you just go, well, this kid is just so exceptional, you turn them loose fairly early on.
People forget 6A high school here in the state of Oregon is small college. If you look at some of the times that these kids run and the distances they throw, and it really is at almost a small college level. The track and field here in Oregon is huge and has a long history of incredible performers.
Well, you think about it, I mean, the fact that this is the 83rd edition of the Rotary Relay, so this is an event that has been going on a lot longer. I want to point this out, a lot longer than we've been around. And
maybe you, not me.
But that you're talking about a tradition that goes back, way deep when you talk about, then that competitors that have gone on from here, whether it's Bill Bowerman and what he accomplished, or thinking about high jumper Dick Fosbury and the innovator that he ended up being. But there, and overall, not just track and field, but overall, that there's a rich tradition of prep sports here in Southern Oregon, and a number of athletes that have gone on and done great things at even the highest levels.
Well, here's one, Ralph Hill, and I don't know the years, but he came from Henley High School and ended up an Olympian, passed away a few years ago, and that's so far back, people kind of forget about folks like Ralph who helped set Southern Oregon into that orbit of just incredible track and field athletes.
Well, suddenly you're making me think of somebody like Dan O'Brien.
Oh, Dan O'Brien, also from the Klamath area. We're on the map. We truly are.
Well, is it any wonder then that they refer to Eugene as Tracktown USA?
I'd like to say that Medford or Southern Oregon is also.
Yeah, well, maybe kind of like where the
Track Valley. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Well, the one thing that you have to love about track and field, regardless of the size of the athletes, I know that there are certain sports where if you're not particularly tall, your absence of height will work against you. And they'll say, well, he's just too short for this sport. Or maybe with football, there might be an otherwise athletic kid that you just say, well, he's too small. Or maybe of course, soccer kind of has its own unique skill set in terms of working with the feet. One of the things I love about track and field is you name whatever the discipline is. You can take a kid and say you at least have the potential if you want to excel in something like, say, if it's a bigger kid, you want to excel as a thrower, you can do that.
Yes.
Or if you're a runner, maybe there's certain builds that work even better than others that give you maybe a little bit of an advantage. But we've seen some kids running out here that aren't very big at all. But man, can they sure pick up and move around the track.
It truly is a combination of all athletic pursuits. And again, that's why in some countries it's referred to as athletics and not track and field. It all kind of comes together in this one program.
And it looks like we got another group getting ready to do their run-throughs. See a young man from South Medford. And to expect that the hurdles should be coming up fairly soon.
So the intermediates, girls intermediates first heat is about to begin.
And that is the 300. So now maybe you can fill us in on where you anticipate that they will start and where they will finish.
Well, they're going to start on the backstretch, at the beginning of the backstretch, and they'll finish in the normal spot here in front of the clock. And everyone is down in the infield, so that way we have full view of the clock and the start.
So they're off to our left now in the turns. Coming around the corner.
And I might be wrong, but I only see two. I see two participants, I think. All in the outside lanes.
Roseburg in first. Athlete from Mazama behind her.
And this event is not for the faint of heart. So
no, I think I was always perpetually worried that my foot would catch the hurdle on the way over. I actually had a good friend at the high school level that he ran into that issue. He was sailing along having a great race and didn't quite get that foot all the way up.
Well, we teach kids sometimes if they find that they're not right in the correct spots or to go over the hurdle, that it'll slow you down a little bit, but it's okay to kick the hurdle over.
Okay.
And to just kind of run through it, that's quite an experience.
I'll bet so. Because I imagine taking a tumble while doing those is, I know just even stumbling during a run, which I have done, that's bad enough.
So I think the boys are about to start. I do know that one young man from North Medford, this is his first time ever at the intermediates, so we'll see how he does.
So now, which heat are we at? That was kind of the nice thing you were able to
We
point
should
out.
be in, let's see, good question. So we're going to be in this heat right here,
All right.
or unless they go straight girls. This could be the second heat of the girls coming up.
All right.
It's difficult to
Yeah.
see exactly what's going on across the field.
A sea of humanity between us and the others. Where it's starting at. It does look like it's girls that are lining up. And this would be the second heat, am I not correct?
Yes, it
All
is
right.
the second heat, yeah. And
So-
obviously in the first heat, a couple of people scratched. Only 2 ran. This heat seems to be full. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, there are 5 girls in this heat.
So scheduled to run, Maritza Villa from North Medford, Olivia Smith from South Medford, Grace Leland from Crater, Kaylee Schrader from Hidden Valley, Naomi Johnson from South Medford, and Lucy Newell from Phoenix. They're in the straightaway. South Medford taking first, North second, another South competitor third, Crater fourth, and Hidden Valley fifth.
And that was a clean race. No hurdles went down.
So 2 representatives of South Medford in this race, Olivia Smith and Naomi Johnson. And then the North Medford competitor, Maritza Villa from North. And we're going to go straight through with the girls. Then what we anticipate coming up in Heat 3 will be Paige Schiffer from South Medford, Dana Scott and Kelsey Nichols from Henley, Elena Fisher from Grants Pass, Scarlett Moy from Phoenix, Kara Borchard from Crater, Angela Hawkins from North Valley, and Kendall Hadwick for Henley. And it looks like the top seed time coming into this is Elena Fisher from Grants Pass with a 53.41.
This is the second fastest heat.
Broken up into 4 heats today. And this is number 3 that we've got coming right up. And while they're getting ready to go, it's our sponsors who make this live high school athletic action available for you, including our title sponsor, Lithia Superstore Jeep Dodge Chrysler. Visit lithiasuperstore.com to find your next ride. Also, thanks to our presenting sponsor, Siskiyou Cellular of Southern Oregon, the 7 locations to serve you.
And it looks like they're in their blocks.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't once again thank you for coming and lending your help and your support to this event.
Oh, thank you. It's fun. It's a new experience for me.
Well, you can imagine for me as well. Although I said this is kind of a new venture for Table Rock Sports, and maybe someday multiple cameras we can and we were even talking about even with the coverage of the Olympics that you kind of get the feeling the networks are always continually
Yes.
refining what they do in terms of presenting something that is informative and enjoyable for the fans as well. And here we go, the girls' third heat of the 300-meter intermediate hurdles.
And it looks like a full field. So these are all girls who I believe have had a background in the intermediates.
Coming around the turn into the straightaway.
And usually lane 3 and 4 are the fastest lanes, the most efficient, and certainly those are the two runners here.
Grants Pass, followed by Henley. Two competitors from Henley. Crater. And then we see a hurdler take a tumble at the end and then cross the finish line. So congratulations to Elena Fisher. She came in as the top seed, and she held that down successfully with her first place finish. And then we're going to assume right behind her, again, the second and third seeds in this event, Dana Scott and Kelsey Nichols from Henley, rounding out the top three.
Yeah.
But also in that mix, Kara Barchard from Crater, also out there. Angela Hawkins from North Valley. Kendall Hadwick for Henley. And Paige Schiffer from South Medford. And Scarlett Moit from Phoenix. And coming up will be the fourth heat of the day. And now you see some, I tell you what, in terms of seedings, you see some pretty impressive times there.
Definitely.
Carly Toohey from North Valley with a 50-24.
48. Just above
48,
her.
yep. Mackenzie Walker.
From St. Mary's.
Yep. And then we also have Kaylin Avia from North Valley. Sierra Samhammer and Autumn Murray from Cascade Christian. Kate Harnoas from Crater. Lauren Robinson from Grants Pass, and Madeline Durant from Grants Pass as well.
And I believe they're in their blocks.
A little side note on Sierra Samhammer, she's a championship BMX racer. And she doesn't get to put it on display here. I've seen her. She has an impressive vertical leap.
Well, she has an impressive time, and she is in the fastest heat.
So here we go, the final heat of the girls' 300 intermediate hurdles. Rounding the turn at the north end of the stadium. Headed into the straightaway. Leading the way, North Valley, followed by Grants Pass. Two competitors from Cascade Christian. So Carly Toohey taking first place. Congratulations to her.
And she came in with a time of 52.4.
Yeah. And then the second competitor, well, I believe that was another.
So now it'll be moved up to the boys' height, which is 2 notches higher. Much to the chagrin of a lot of the boys.
Absolutely. So Carly Toohey taking first place for North Valley, also with a, if you will, a podium finish. Autumn Murray from Cascade with a third place finish. And I believe we had a second runner from North Valley. Did we not take second?
Yes, we did.
And that would have been Kaylin Avila. And so a great race run. And again, a shout out to all the competitors in that heat. Kate Harnoas, Lauren Robinson, Autumn Murray, Mackenzie Walker, Carly Toohey, Kaylin Avila, Sierra Samhammer, and Madeline Durant. Now, you talked about adjusting the heights. Talk about the difference between the girls' height and the boys. You mentioned them going up a couple of notches.
They went up 2 notches. Inches, I don't recall, but it's up 2 notches over what the girls ran. It's located in the exact same spots.
So in the boys' 300 meter hurdles, in the first heat, Cade Maxwell Rogers from Ashland, Diego Sanchez from Hidden Valley, Kevin Hag from Mazama, from Hidden Valley, Eduardo Spondrini from Roseburg, Noah Call from Phoenix, Nathan Faulkner, and from Hidden Valley, Presley Noga. And there will be 4 heats of the boys' 300 hurdles in today's action. And then capping off the running events for the day will be the boys and girls 100-meter dash.
A little bit of a hold up before this next heat.
Well, I probably don't realize all that goes into getting ready. I know every now and then with a parent that's new to track and field, they'll wonder, well, what's the hold up? You know, and why do these events take so long? And it's just there's a lot of work.
It is a different sport culture.
Yes. Well, isn't it fitting in a sport where you have long distance running that patience is a key?
Well, one of the adult events is the patience of sitting in the grandstands.
That's
and
right.
Watching and cheering. That in itself takes some discipline.
Indeed it does. So first heat coming up for the boys 300 hurdles. And again, Hans, you mentioned that, and athletic.net, and I don't know how many times in terms of the work I do at the school I am, where part of my position entails management of the athletics website and posting results there, kind of being, if you will, a journalist in another sense of it, what a valuable tool it is to be able to gather that information at home and get it posted as quickly as possible as soon as the events are posted and put up at athletic.
It's used nationally and both even at the college level. And again, a Southern Oregon thing. It began in Grants Pass. That's initially it was designed to help coaches get kids into races instead of doing it the old-fashioned way of writing things down and sending them in. It was athletic.net was used to enter kids into events. And then eventually it moved from there into recording their times during the course of the season. And it moves on into other areas of team scores and all the above. It's a great asset. It's certainly made our job a lot easier. It used to be that you'd have to have spotters and pickers at the finish line, and they'd have to look and use stopwatches. Well, that doesn't happen any longer.
Well, and then you see that it's, even when in other sports now, you see things like track wrestling.
Yes.
That kind of does the same thing on a national level for wrestling, because, again, you're talking about meets and events that can be rather time-consuming. I would just have to imagine that for coaches in terms of getting results out there, that it's made their lives a lot easier.
It has. It has.
And like I said, from the journalistic side, it certainly has made that there. Because, I mean, as much as I would say that I would love to be at every event, you can only be in one place at once. And my family likes to see me at home every once in a while. Out across the way, we see the pole vaulters. And I don't care what the height set at that. Now, you talk about an event that wouldn't be for the faint of heart. It would be the pole vault.
When you go to a meet, a big-time meet, and you see that bar at 18, 19, 20 feet, it's just unbelievable how they could possibly get over that.
Well, and you talk about athleticism and talent. I mean, I don't think anybody would argue. It's not just everybody who can not only do that at a high level, let alone just do it at all.
Yes. It's gymnastics.
Yes. Well, I would imagine you can speak to the coaching aspect of it. I would imagine finding somebody who can coach the pole vault is somebody who can do it is a find.
Tough. Yes. Yes. Some schools don't have it. It's also a great expenditure. It is not cheap to have mats and bars and standards and all that. And then to top that off, to find a coach who knows the event, can encourage kids appropriately, that's hard. That's very difficult. Maybe the toughest coaching position to find in high school track and field.
Well, you talk about it encompassing a little bit of gymnastics. I would have to imagine identifying a potential pole vault athlete is
yes.
a process unto itself.
Yes.
And I don't know that you necessarily find an abundance of volunteers.
You know, and the strange thing is sometimes the kids who do the best aren't necessarily the ones you think would do the best. You know, you're always throwing a curve. Same things happen in the javelin sometimes. So you find kids who, you know, they're not built what you think is the perfect build for that event, and next thing you know, you find a kid who just has an arm that allows them to throw that javelin.
Well, I got a story for that. Not way back in the day. I better watch or I'll get in trouble here. My stepsister, Rebecca Pittick, ran at North Medford her freshman year. Early on, she got injured and couldn't run. She started messing around and ended up over at the javelin.
Yep.
Guess what her event ended up being the remainder of her high school career? It ended up second in the state when she spent her senior year at Grant Union at the 2A level.
Yeah. Yeah.
So sometimes you make these discoveries on accident. Now we got the first heat underway of the boys' 300-meter hurdles. They're to our left right now in the turn. Looks like we've got, at the moment, from the best I can tell, from this vantage point, Mazama in first place until he tripped over the hurdle. That paves the way for Hidden Valley to take the lead. And now Phoenix out front, so it's Phoenix, Hidden Valley, Roseburg, and Mazama.
You know, and when you're tired, the last couple of hurdles seem even higher than they truly are.
Well, he had Nathan Faulkner from Phoenix. Then from Roseburg, Noah Call. And then from Hidden Valley, Diego Sanchez, Eduardo Fondrini, and Presley Noga. And the competitor from Mazama, who had that unfortunate event, Kevin Haag. Well, I suppose that's one of those situations where you'll look back upon it as an experience. It's something that you won't forget, but you might be able to, especially when you look forward to better days down the road, you can kind of look back on. You'll say, I remember that time that especially if he ends up in the coaching ranks someday and maybe he ends up with a hurdler who has a similar experience and say, happened to me. and I got through it.
Yeah, it takes it's a different type of athlete. It takes a certain amount of courage. There are times when you're going to go down and you're going to get right back up again, and there's a lot of life lessons there.
Well, and I thought was remarkable about what he did in that event is that he didn't stay down long. I mean, it was the type of deal where he bounced right back up, and he was determined that he was going to get a finish out of this. And so our hats off to him with that. Coming up in the second heat of the 300 hurdles on the boys' side of things, Jackson Selden and Jair Ramirez from Phoenix. From Grants Pass, Matthew Jensen and Ethan Burtis. From Henley, Shaw Stork and Hank Dumas and Bryson Teal from North Valley.
And you see a marked difference between this current race and the one previous. They're moving at a faster clip. So I believe these are kids that are a bit more experienced.
Here just in front of us, Grants Pass, followed by Henley. And a stumble over the hurdle. Phoenix in third. And congratulations to Grants Pass representing the Cavemen in that heat, Matthew Jensen and Ethan Burtis. And I saw, again, a couple of competitors that took a little tumble in that event.
That's why we have the trainer nearby.
Well, and then you talk about somebody who has a valuable role, a valuable part to play in high school athletics.
Absolutely. You know, I've seen her just today running from place to place, checking on kids, taping kids.
Shout out to sponsors for today's action here on TableRockSports.net. Our regional sponsors include Sherm's Thunderbird and Food for Less, John L. Scott Real Estate, and Travel Medford and the Southern Oregon Sports Commission. Great partners in keeping high school athletics streaming for you. If you're not familiar with the TableRockSports.net website, acquaint yourself with it, whether you're a fan of North or South Medford, Grants Pass, Crater, Cascade Christian, Phoenix. We have schools from all over the valley whose events get streamed there throughout the entire school year, whether you're talking about football, basketball, baseball, and here we are wading into the waters of track and field.
And the season has begun.
So,
you know, next week, Sheldon High School from Eugene will be coming down here to North Medford, and things are going to get hot and heavy soon.
Oh, yes, they will. Next heat of the 300 hurdles features Chase Comerford from Grants Pass, Ryder Vall and Jack Sandlin from Crater, Andrew Opperman from South Medford, Trevor Tobiasen from Henley, Patrick Allen Latham from Ashland, Blaine Jeffrey from Mazama, and Joe Sudi from Henley. Joe, we had a chance to watch a little bit of him compete for his team last night. And the third heat is underway. Here comes the field rounding turn one. Here into the straightaway. Mazama, Ashland, Grants Pass, Crater, Henley, So congratulations to Mazama, and that would have had to have been Blaine Jeffrey who crossed the finish line first.
The young man from Ashland, I remember introducing him to the intermediates some years ago, and he was a bit concerned. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can, and he stuck with it and ran really well today.
Yes, he did. So our hats off again to Blaine Jeffrey, Patrick Allen Latham, among others. And then also the rest of the field, Chase Comiford, who ran a strong race. Ryder Vol from Crater, I remember when he was younger, he was a baseball player.
And here he is, yes.
But he's developed some really nice running chops and become a fine athlete in this sport in his own right. Then Andrew Opperman from South Medford, Jack Sandlin also of Crater, Trevor Tobiasen, and Joe Sudi. Then our final heat coming up. We'll also have some flyers in this one. I see Walker Doris from Crater. He's got a seed time of 43. Now, or then you have Asher Johnson from South Medford at 42.36. Matthew Hawkins from North Valley at a 42.96. Also in there is Savian Burke from Mazama. Julian Lane from North Medford. Then Charles Anderson from Roseburg. Alex Angelo from North Medford, as well as his teammate Antonio Martinez.
Yeah, this is a good field. There, again, it'll be fast. Everyone is down in the infield. We really want to make sure we get the time ready from the starter to the clock operator.
And with that, you see a number of people who are kneeling on the infield. Everybody a better view and hear the gun sound.
And so this is the most experienced group.
And they go flying through that.
They've got their steps down. They know exactly how many steps on the straightaway versus on the turn.
There. Straightaway we see Asher Johnson, Savian Burke. We have Mazama, South Medford, Roseburg, and North Valley for your top four.
And again, the young man from North Medford, you can tell, has the experience. His steps are off a little bit. And when he went to go over the hurdle, he purposely knocked it over, which is perfectly legal, as long as your hurdle doesn't bounce into someone else's lane and obstruct another runner. But you knew what he was doing. You can tell.
So well-run heat, and now they get ready to take the hurdles away, and we'll get ready for the girls and boys 100-meter dash. And that, of course, just a quarter of a lap. And now that just kind of gets more into the element of just raw speed.
Yes, yeah. I don't know how much coaching there is into, this is it. You have it or you don't.
And it's interesting to me how different programs over the years, sometimes you'll see situations, I know, just barring from my own frame of reference from Cascade Christian, that we were just silly with boy sprinters for a couple of years, and those guys graduated. I would say now in that program, it weights more towards field events, and we've got some big guys who can throw pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, I don't know what it is, but I know, like, for example, with Cascade, they're stronger in things like the jumping events and some of those, and also pretty fair in the sprints as well.
You know, there's certain cultures develop, certain event cultures in different teams, and they're known for something. And, you know, how that begins, I don't know. You know, a group of kids might go out who are all fast, create a certain culture, get a certain amount of attention. Others are interested in that, and so a speed culture begins. You see the same thing in throwers sometimes. They have success. Much of it is dependent on the coach of those events, and they just want to be there, compete. Crater, for example, in the distances. That's what they're known for. Why? They have a culture. Justin Loftus does an incredible job as a coach with that culture. And I've seen schools that somehow have a javelin culture, where in other events they're okay but not great. But when you see they have 4 or 5 javelin throwers that could really toss the thing, it's interesting.
Well, when you talk about then, and you got a familiarity with North, where are you finding right now where probably some of their greatest strength is?
I think currently there's some pretty good speed from 400 meters down. A throws culture has been great for the last few years, both on the boys and girls side. We're attempting to get that middle distance back, which seems to be happening. Again, the difference here at North and at South is that 6A level. You know, when you compete against those schools, from our conference runs from Southern Oregon all the way up into Eugene, and it is a subtle college conference in the sense that their times and distances are extraordinarily good.
Well, and to your point, I'm just looking over at what we can anticipate in the 100 meters. For example, from North Medford, I see Kira Pica.
Yes.
Running for North over on the boys' side. Now, here's a name I know, I believe, from football, A.J. Pugliano.
Yes.
And then
good speed. And I believe, is Walker in this?
Let's see here. Walker from South Medford.
Yes.
He is in you know what? Now, I'm going to have to make sure I didn't pass him over. But I don't see him on here.
That's interesting.
I wonder maybe but then again, I know he had a busy night last night in the relays.
He did. And so, and he is certainly someone to keep an eye on. That is one fast young man.
So we'll have that in store for you coming up. Today's streaming action is brought to you in part by Schlesinger and de Villeneuve, attorneys with practices throughout Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon Sports Commission's Know Your Role campaign, promoting respectful and civil behavior at youth sporting events. Coming up now 2:30 in the afternoon. Action got underway here at noon. We've had field events going on throughout the day with a mixture of running events, including coming up here soon. We'll have 5 heats for the girls 100, and then there will be 5 heats for the boys 100.
And boys triple. I don't know if yes, they are measuring that. The last jump was 37.4.
Last call going out for the girls 100-meter dash. And to set that field for you in Heat 1 will be Alyssa Cook from Hidden Valley, Aubrey Jones of Ashland, and Kayla Cook from Mazama. And now as we have the boys triple jump coming up in front of us, I'll try to get a hold of my flight sheet here. Here we go with the boys triple jump. I have a competitor from Crater.
And he had a pretty good jump there. We'll see what it is. He doesn't seem to be super excited, but it was 45.5.
Oh, my goodness.
In my book, that's a great jump, and he just casually walks away. I like it.
Yeah.
That is a cool kid.
It's like sometimes with some kids, when they have a victory, you kind of tell them, act like you've done it before.
Yeah.
And he does.
I like it.
That is something.
My brother-in-law, as a high schooler, jumped 53.2, I believe it was.
My goodness.
Nationally ranked. He, even at the college level, he didn't improve on it much, but that is a long way to go.
Well, I'd say at that, you're not jumping, you're flying low.
Yes, you are. And you have a choice of takeoff depending on how long you're going to jump. So in the triple, you can choose which board to take off from. And usually they designate that with, they put a cone out, and the person who measures will ask, where do you want the cone, at which toe board.
And it looks like what we have happening right in front of us is the first flight of triple jumpers. See a competitor from Crater, the Higginson brothers. They are Ben and Luke Higginson. Then also representing Crater in this group is Dane Silva. Also participating, Ben Krebs from South Medford, along with his teammate Jonathan Dalton and Deacon Edgar, a name folks may recognize from football season.
Boy, you have it. The pronunciation is awesome.
No, there was not.
So, what runs are coming out right now?
100. We'll have five heats for 100. Which athlete are you looking for?
Hadley West.
Hadley West, and from north.
I think she's what
There's north Medford, south Medford, Crater, Central Point.
it might be the Crater.
What about maybe St. Mary's?
No, she no longer goes there.
Okay.
It's either Crater or
Yes. Good crowd in attendance today here at the second day of the Rotary Relays. Had a fan that looking for a competitor. Trying to see if I couldn't spot her in the field. So again, we're wrapping up the running events for the day. And we have the boys triple jump going on to our right.
And the high jump is continuing on the far side.
Why do I get the feeling that more than likely they're going to be the last ones here with all the volume they have to handle today?
It's either high jump or pole vault, yes.
And I want to remind you that it's our sponsors who make this live high school athletic action available for you, including our title sponsor, Lithia Superstore, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Visit lithiasuperstore.com to find your next ride. Also, thank you to our presenting sponsor, Siskiyou Cellular of Southern Oregon, with 7 locations to serve you. And also, today's action is brought to you in part by Avista Utilities and our friends from My Circle K, powered by GP Energy. Morning motivation. Crunch in your lunch and fuel for your road trip begins with My Circle K. Matter of fact, on our way home from Spiegelberg Stadium last night, the local Circle K made a nice stop on the way home after about 4 hours of announcing and getting things set up. I hear the gun sound, and here we go. Looks like we have 2 people here in this first heat for the girls' 100-meter dash. Mazama followed by Hidden Valley.
Sometimes there are scratches, and that may have occurred.
So it looks like taking first, Kayla Cook, followed by Melissa Cook from Hidden Valley.
Yeah.
So 2 runners with the same last name, different schools. And we just see right in front of us some triple jumpers getting ready to doing their run-throughs. A couple of representatives from Roseburg. In that next flight for the boys triple jump, there's Kyle Velou from Roseburg. Ty Carpenter from North Medford, joined by his teammate Isaac Chavez. Benjamin Pike from Roseburg, along with Hayden Horton. And Julian Lane from North Medford.
And Ty Carpenter is the son of Jeff Carpenter, the assistant principal here at North Medford. A good friend. And brother is Jet Carpenter, who went on to Eastern Washington, I believe, to play football.
Oh, wow. So continuing on at the next level, a good family tradition. We got our next heat of girls 100-yard dash coming up. Kendra Michaela from Ashland, joined by her teammate Eleanor Robinson. From Crater, Jacqueline Banuelos. Riley Yunker from Hidden Valley. Haley Scroggum from Mazama, and Brisa Bauer from Phoenix.
It looks like we're having a little bit of an issue with the timing. Oh, it did start. Nope. They're testing the timing system to make sure everything is perfect. And the white flag was up, which meant that they were not ready. So everyone knows there's above the finish line, there's a camera that picks up the flash from the gun that the starter has way down at the far end of the field. And
well, it's interesting now how timing devices work. Now I know, like in events like the Pear Blossom Run, now you have these timing chips that you put on your shoelaces, or and of course you have to make sure that you follow directions carefully so your time does get recorded.
Yeah, there's a rug that they put in front of the finish line, or at the finish line, and actually, that when you cross and you have a chip tied to your shoe, it records that rug has electronics in it, picks up the signal, and it goes directly to the computer.
The Medford Parks and Recreation Department invites you to discover all the great classes, field trips, activities, and sports leagues for the summer sessions coming up. Visit playmedford.com to find something for everyone in the family. Great variety of different activities
So the ladder just came out, so it must have been something to do with the camera that picks up the flash.
Now working through all those technical adjustments, making sure everything works correctly. Because it's not just about finishing first, but what you also want to do is, when you get your time recorded, because that's one of the things they're going to watch in terms of qualifications for the postseason meets.
And that's very true. And even invitationals down the line, you'll need a qualifying mark to get into them. Only a limited amount of athletes are able to run in the Grants Pass meet, for example. And so a meet like this is important that you establish a time that hopefully you can qualify for a further invitational.
And it looks like they may be ready to go for the second heat of the girls' 100-meter dash. See a pair of runners there from Ashland. And the others ducked down before I could catch them in my field of view, but they're ready to go.
Gun is up.
And they're off. We have Phoenix in first place. Then Hidden Valley and Ashland with a good battle for second place. Brisa Bauer from Phoenix. Haley Scroggum from Mazama. Then the Ashland runners, Kendra Michaela and Eleanor Robinson. And Riley Yunker from Hidden Valley. But as we make our way through the heats, we see those seed times begin to work their way further down. And coming up, we'll have the third heat out of the 5 that will run this afternoon. Representing Cascade Christian will be Anna Horn, Jerusha Purier, and Allison Kramer. Carly Betancourt from Crater. Kasemsri Meal from Roseburg. And then Madeline Mayer and Aria Potts from Phoenix. Top seed time belonging to Amara Collins from South Medford. And just immediately right there with her is Jerusha Perrier from Cascade.
And it is not unusual to find someone with a gift of speed from a school, a smaller school, for example.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly a gift. And I have seen small programs from somewhere in Eastern Oregon have a speedster that is very difficult to beat. It certainly is a gift.
So all the competitors for the third heat getting ready to go. 8 are entered into that, but as we've discovered throughout the day, and I'm sure through the duration of the meet, sometimes you might have a situation where an injury comes into play and they say, I got my other events in, I'm not going to be able to do this one. And so you have a little bit of that comes on.
And sometimes in a meet this size, you have a sprinter who's also a long jumper or a high jumper, and their event is still going on, and they're in the midst of the action, and so, they're kind of forced out of the 100-meter or another event that they may also be signed up for. A coach's dilemma.
Yes. Well, and I would imagine that is just one of those situations, a real judgment call on what you do there.
Absolutely.
Especially maybe if you're in your team overall's in a position to perhaps come away with a podium finish or take first place in a meet. Here comes.
And no, the white flag. So at this point in time, the finish line timing system is not ready.
And again in this field, it'll be Anna Horn from Cascade Christian, Carly Betancourt from Crater, Kasimsri Meal from Roseburg, Amara Collins from South Medford, Jerusha Perrier and Allison Kramer from Cascade Christian, then Madeline Mayer and Aria Potts from Phoenix.
And here they go. They are ready.
Gun sounds, and we're off and running. Tightly contested field. Roseburg out front. And then Mazama, and then a couple of Cascade Christian runners up. Coming into this match, this meet, Amara Collins had the top seed time of 14:04 from South Medford. And then coming up in the next heat, this will be the 4th out of 5 for the girls 100 meters. We'll have Georgiana Mabani from North Medford, Faith Gaines from Roseburg, Maya Mock and Rainey Maddox from Henley, Isabella Heaton from Azama, Addison Dipple from Crater, Shanoa Alexander from Roseburg, and Hadley West from South Medford. And a little aside, Addison Dipple in this field, her dad, the girls basketball coach over at Crater.
That's right. That's right.
And then, as a matter of fact, when my kids were going through Jewett Elementary way back in the day, Scott Dipple was the principal over there, and I believe he is the principal over at Hanby Middle School now. Eight entrants scheduled for this heat, and then we'll have one more.
Sometimes with sprinters, because it's such a, the event requires so much strength and to do, you have strains and injuries that occur earlier in the meet, possibly in the short relay, and that affects their performance here. It's not unusual to see a sprinter grab his or her leg and hamstring.
A gun sounds, and the runners are off. Mazama out front, 2 runners from Henley. And so, crossing the finish line first is Isabella Heaton from Mazama. And then she had Maya Mock and Rainey Maddox behind her. And when you look at that, kind of pretty much in line with their seating times, it sounds like that they're in their pocket right now in terms of this is kind of about where our level is.
Yeah, and there's the sprinter's dilemma. How do you get? There's only a couple of tenths difference between you and someone just ahead of you. How do you make up the difference? Is it your start, your use of the starting blocks? What is it you can do to increase your speed by just minimal amount, which would make a huge difference?
Well, yeah, and you learn. I know an inexperienced runner learns very quickly that how you get out of the blocks becomes important. There's some that I know early on stumble out of the blocks getting started.
Not today, and it seems a bit unfair, but in most meets and definitely in conference and state meets, one false start and you're out. And so any little movement when you're at the start, any little twitch before the gun goes off means that you're disqualified and you're pulled out.
Coming up in this fifth heat, we have Kara Pica from North Medford, Lainey Wheeler from North Valley, Lindsay Roy from Hidden Valley, Zainai Vainuku Johnson from Grants Pass, Carly Toohey from North Valley, Bailey Leslie from South Medford, Jordan Faggart from North Valley, and Hallie McKay from Henley. Following this, then we start to make our way into the boys' 100-meter dash. Runners are in their blocks, getting ready to go.
Finish line is ready.
And the gun sounds, and the runners are off. Tight field. Taking first place, North Valley. And Carly Toohey, who had come in with a seed time of 12:86, ends up coming away the winner in that.
It's nice to see North Valley back. They have a history of good sprinters over the years, and it looks like they've got a new crop coming now.
Well, not only did she had, in addition to Carly, had a couple of teammates also represented in this heat. So, yeah, it tells you something about some depth that they have in this event.
And which would then also show in the short relay, in the 4x100 relay, when you have it here in the individual, usually your sprint relay is pretty strong. That's a lot of points in a track meet.
Yeah, I'm just looking over these seed times coming into the event with that last heat that we saw, and some of them are really pretty darn impressive, including a couple of sub-13s. Yes. Besides Toohey's 12:86, you had Zainai Vainuku Johnson, who is also a basketball player, by the way, came in. She actually had the lowest seed time with a 12:75.
Yeah, yeah.
But now we'll be getting ready for the boys' side of the competition. In the first heat, scheduled to run are Jacob Saunders from Hidden Valley, Eric Peltier from Phoenix, and Luke Wilson from Cascade Christian. The crew still working on the girls' long jump over to our left. And one of those jumpers is Sierra Sam Hammer, the championship BMX racer from Cascade Christian. And then, you know, one thing she got into this last year was girls wrestling.
Well, that's one thing we're missing here at North Medford. The Gutches family is a huge wrestling family.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And proud and just outstanding wrestlers. Well, their daughter, one of the Gutcheses, ran for us. Great distance runner, maybe one of the best in Southern Oregon. But she has a bright wrestling future and has decided to work hard on that.
So this first heat, 3 competitors scheduled. They're set to go when the gun sounds. Two runners, and it's going neck and neck. But getting there first, Jacob Saunders from Hidden Valley, but right there with them to give him a good push and a good race between he and Eric Peltier from Phoenix. Coming up will be heat number 2, and in that we'll see Colby Schultz from Henley, Nicholas Coop from Crater, Matthew Sharpen from North Valley, Nicholas Parrish from Roseburg, Aiden Chenoweth from Crater, Nathan Faulkner from Phoenix, and Reese Courier from Mazama. So 7 scheduled to run in this heat. See a South Medford long jumper over to our left, getting ready to take her leap. In that girls' long jump, I believe that may have been Anna Krebs from South Medford. Now looks like we have a representative from Phoenix High entered in that flight of the long jump as Morgan Miles and Catherine Monroe.
So finish line is ready.
And it looks like now the runners are too.
The fastest runners are usually in lane 3 and 4.
Runner from Roseburg out first. And crossing first, Nicholas Parrish from Roseburg. And you talk about, as you could see him running by, just a real look of intensity and focus in his eyes.
Yes. I would imagine he's a football player. He's a pretty big dude.
Yes, he is. But a very competitive field there in the second heat of the boys 100-meter dash. That's the second of 5 heats for this event. Coming up next, in the next group, 8 runners scheduled to go. That includes Jazz Hernandez from South Medford, Timothy Reardon from Hidden Valley, Anthony Downs from Crater, Eric Hong and Ben Krebs from South Medford, Brody Sample from Cascade Christian, Matthew Grigsma from North Medford, and Jaden Foster from St. Mary's. And I remember his older brother, Trey, an impressive post player in basketball and defensive end in football. And it looks like in order to accommodate what is a relatively crowded field, they're getting the hurdles moved over a little bit more to get out of the way of the runners.
That is an issue here. We don't have much of an apron to put the hurdles on, and so you want to make sure that the lanes are clear, no obstructions.
The top seeds, it's a dead heat. Anthony Dowens, Eric Hong, and Ben Krebs, all with 1190s.
And the gun is up.
And they're off. St. Mary's first, South Medford in second. So Jaden Foster with an impressive run there to take first place. And then right there for the good push is Ben Krebs from South Medford. But a good, tightly contested race. That's one thing you don't see in this race, in something this short. There won't be any separation.
Yeah, there was certainly not in that one. Can you imagine in the old days when you had to have pickers, humans actually choosing who outleaned someone else?
Oh,
now
man.
You're able to look at a screen, and there's a whole system to allow you to do that.
Yeah, I would imagine, for those scoring it, it makes it a lot. Takes the guesswork out of it.
Yes.
So, congratulations to young Mr. Foster for his victory. Now coming up, we'll see in the next heat, Peyton White from Phoenix, Victor Lappy, and Zachary Mail from North Valley, Austin Wilmot and Tulson Higgins from Henley, Cole Beneventi from Ashland, and Tyler Almacy from Cascade Christian, Gavin White from Ashland as well. So this will be another crowded field in terms of what we might anticipate in terms of seed time. Zach Mail with 1170 is the top seed, closely followed by Austin Wilmot from Henley with an 1174.
And usually towards the end of the season, 11-3 for the boys. 11-2, 11-3 is the mark to try to achieve to have some impact on state meet, district meet levels.
And here goes the fourth heat of the day.
Again, super close.
Henley running first, but I think he could about throw a blanket over the entire field.
Possibly a handkerchief.
Yeah, absolutely. So that Henley group, Austin Wilmot and Tulson Higgins. Higgins actually came in with a seed time of 1169. And you just see, in terms of separation, you look at it from the top seed to the bottom seed, you're talking a range of 1169 to 1188. So a pretty tight group, and now we get into the sub-11s in the next one. But looking up in the final heat, it'll be J.T. Davis from Grants Pass, Caden Negra from Ashland, Nathan Ryder and A.J. Pugliano from North Medford, Landon Duffer from Roseburg, Gavin Kugel from St. Mary's, and Colton Marsters from Roseburg, and Ronan Hodge from Hidden Valley.
And the applause you just heard was everyone cheering on the Rotarians who showed up for 2 days, worked hard. And again, without those Rotary members, we would not be able to put on this meet.
Medford Rotary, well, the Rotary clubs, a great community organization throughout the world, and I know our chapter here in Medford, such a part of our community and gives so much, and this relay event being a part of that.
So this will be the last running event coming up. And it should be the fastest heat of the boys 100.
Well, if this one's anything like the heat we just saw, it should be quite entertaining.
You can see kids lining up here at the finish. So there's some excitement going on.
Just saw to our right, triple jumper from Grants Pass. They log the measurement, and he ends up with a distance of 37.1.
Did you guess that or read it?
I read it for sure. I am definitely a reason why they coined in construction the phrase "measure twice, cut once." Here we go.
False start.
Yep, they'll do it again.
Now today, there's been an agreement that since it is an early meet in the year that we would not pull anybody out. They'll give them a second chance.
Just saw a triple jump from athlete from Grants Pass. A distance of 37.9.
So this would require the timers to kind of reset the clock, get themselves ready. So there will be a little bit of a holdup. And it looks like we're ready.
Best seed time coming into this heat, Landon Duffer with a 10.9. And they're offing it here, a lot of the excitement for this one. Very, very tight competition.
And I believe that was North Medford, but let's wait. He certainly is excited.
For North Medford runners, we have Nathan Ryder, who came in with a seed time of 11:08, and then A.J. Pugliano, also of North at 11:65.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. Nathan Ryder of North Medford with a time of 10.69. The 100-meter dash. What an impressive race run by he and the entire field. And again, in that group, J.T. Davis of Grants Pass, Caden Negra of Ashland. We mentioned Ryder and his teammate A.J. Pugliano, Landon Duffer of Roseburg, Gavin Kugel of Grants of St. Mary's, and also from Roseburg is Colton Marsters. Action a little bit quiet in front of us right now, where we've been seated throughout the second day of the Rotary relays has been the triple jump and the long jump events taking place in front of us. So it turned out Mr. Ryder recorded a time of 10:69 for his winning time.
It looks like my son, the head coach at North, is extremely happy with that one.
And a triple jumper from Mazama, who just completed his jump. So that's the last of the running events today. That got underway, just a little over hour and a half ago. So we made our way through that pretty quickly. And a triple jumper for Henley. I'll take the measurement. And he'll record a leap of
43.4.
And I think it might be to the casual fan a little bit confusing because you talked about the different points at which that they can jump on, because you look at it and they may not, be necessarily what looks like all that far into the pit.
Right. It is deceiving because you think about the pit and how far they land in it, but it's also dependent on where their starting point is, and they can choose which board to take off from.
Just saw T.J. Flowers for St. Mary's. And he ends up recording a 36.4. Actually, a 36.2. And then over to our left, we still continue to see the long jumpers. Well, let's talk a little bit about that. You've got a conflict in time, and I know that as we see jumper from Grants Pass go, let's say you're in the second heat of the long jump, and then maybe you were in a running event at the same, and let's say there's a conflict between the two. Is it possible for somebody who's in the second heat to say, can I go in, be rescheduled for the fourth, or is it pretty much at that point you have to make a choice between your events?
Sometimes in an informal meet, you can make those adjustments, but as the season progresses, you're in the heat that you're in. You do have the opportunity to go back. For example, if you're a long jumper and you just got through running, you're a bit tired. And so you do have an opportunity to kind of get yourself together, stretch a little bit, so you don't have to jump immediately after exerting yourself in a sprint. So, there are some adjustments. You do own some of it, but there are rules to follow and a time schedule to follow.
Well, I would have to imagine that that's probably one of those discussions, even as the season is getting started, between the coach and the athlete about,
definitely,
perhaps a situation where you kind of end up saying, well, it's like, okay, I think I'm going to be the person for this event, and as much as I like this other one, probably timing's not going to allow me to do it.
No, and coaches look because another factor is how many points can this team score, and we want to make sure that we have the athletes spread about appropriately to score the maximum amount of points. So certainly it's about the individual athlete, but it's also about the team outcome.
That's right. It's kind of one of those interesting situations when you talk about whether it be sports like wrestling or whether it be track and field or maybe even something like tennis, for it's both an individual sport and a team sport at the same time.
Yes.
So many more considerations go into that. In this particular heat of the triple jump, as we jumper for Grants Pasco, in this heat we had 3 entrants from the Cavemen: Anthony Westlake, Jacob Moss, and Alex Guyman. From St. Mary's, Mitt Ladd, Christopher Cranenberg, and TJ Flowers. From Henley, Joe Sudi, and then along with Shaw Stork and Eli Hayes.
That's what happens in a meet like this. There, a few events. In this case, the pole vault, the long jump or triple jump, and the high jump are still continuing, and it may continue for some time. I always feel sorry for these kids because folks in the stands think that the meet is over, and they start to leave. But there are still some kids out here who have some jumps ahead of them.
Right, still competing. The most recent jump, a 35, even. And now we have another contestant from Henley. What's interesting about this particular heat, out of the 9 that are competing, only 3 have seed marks so far, representing and kind of signifying how early in the season it is. And that most recent jump, a 42.7. Jumper for the Crusaders.
I think we have a few more St. Mary's kids today versus yesterday.
I do think,
names?
yeah. I'm going to say it looks like then we were talking about different cultures for different events. It would definitely seem like in terms of they have a little something of a culture in the sprints and then in the jumps.
Yeah. Which is a natural combination. It does take some speed to be a good long jumper. And
jump for Grant's Pass. And that one recorded at 38.3. Over to the other side. See the girls still continuing to go with their long jump. And then jumping for Grant's Pass there on the triple jump, Jacob Moss. Every now and then you pick up a name. I'd imagine you could spend a small fortune on number tags doing something like that, but I suppose what I would just say, my apologies in advance when, in some cases, in advance, maybe because you've seen them from another sport, or maybe they are part of a program that you work with, and in other cases it's like, well, you just don't know unless they happen to be the only representative of their school in that individual heat.
there are folks around who have started side businesses, developing numbers to put on shirts or on the sides of their shorts so that they can be identified. they usually match the lane that they're in.
Mm-hmm. 36-10 by the most recent jumper for the triple jump this afternoon. We've seen a couple of them go 40 plus. Now we have another entrant for Grants Pass getting ready to do his jump.
That's a good jump.
Very impressive jump. And an over 40-foot jump, 40.1. I would say it definitely looked the part. And now we have one coming up from Henley. And the girls' long jump still continuing to go on to our left. Looks like things have quieted down over on the high jump side of things for the afternoon.
It'd be nice to see a reader board for the pole vault to see how high the bar is currently. I know they're still going at it. That oftentimes is the longest event.
Now, like the jumps, is that one where you have 3 opportunities, or you pretty much is it a one-shot deal?
You have 3, and you can choose when to enter. And
Okay.
so during the lower heights, you may say, well, you know, I'm better than that. I'm going to hold off so I don't waste my energy and come in later, which then also creates a longer amount of time that pole vault is being run. The same thing goes on in the high jump. You can choose which height you want to come in. You can then also choose to pass up. Let's say you have one jump in and then you decide, you know, I'm feeling pretty good. That next height, I know I can pass that, so I'm going to wait and go in on the following.
Matter of fact, I'm starting to pull up some information now on found the girls' pole vault. To me, it's an interesting thing to watch. Pole vault's kind of a new thing. I'm going to say at Cascade, we've never had pole vaulters, and I don't think any program that I ever competed with ever had them.
It's an interesting event. You get weighed to find out you cannot use a pole that's not rated for your weight. If you're too heavy for the pole, obviously it could snap, break. It sounds very much like a starter's gun sometimes when that happens. And sometimes, kids have to get used to a different pole that's quite a different length and a different weight category. Each pole is, you could easily spend $200 per pole and above.
And speaking of the pole vault, I see that there's 20 entries for the pole vault relay. It looks like Phoenix very well represented. Also North Valley and Mazama. A couple of entries from South Medford and Grants Pass. You see here doing his warm-up is Peyton Maurer. Peyton Maurer If that last name Maurer sounds familiar, you may have heard of an NFL lineman named Andy Maurer
Right.
that played for a handful of teams and went to Super Bowls with the Vikings and the Broncos back in the 70s, and then basically essentially founded the Cascade Christian football program back in 1991.
Yes, I remember that.
Then Peyton's twin brother Austin, who's 6'11" and a sophomore, they're both sophomores, just won the Oregon 3A Player of the Year in boys basketball.
The
Yeah.
Mauers, they're a bit like the Gutchesses that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, they're quite a legacy. Of course, their dad Marty was probably one of the best athletes that Cascade Christian ever seen. Then their mother, Brandy, was a volleyball player at Oregon State. And if you were to press me on what school she competed at in high school, I believe it may have been at Beaverton. But don't quote me on that. Well, looking through our program today, I also see that there's also a pretty decent number of female entries into the pole vault. Plenty of activity. North Valley triple jumper, doing his run through. But what an event this has been, Hans, that we have seen just about the range of everything in terms of track and field over these last couple of days. And I think folks who are fans of track and field in Southern Oregon have a lot to look forward to in the next few weeks.
Boy, that last boys 100-meter was that's an exceptional time.
Okay, go right ahead. So I'll let my broadcast partner Hans congratulate one of his athletes. He works with the North Medford program. So just looking over here, looks like we got 13 female competitors in the girls pole vault. That includes a competitor from St. Mary's, a couple from Crater, 3 from Grants Pass, a couple from Azama, 3 from Phoenix, and 2 from North Valley. And just in front of us, the boys triple jump, and they're still doing their run through, and this is the final heat of the day there. Coming up in this group is Jaden Twaddell of North Valley, Dominic Melgoza of Mazama, Matthew Hawkins of North Valley, Eduardo Sprondini from Hidden Valley, Peyton Maurer from Cascade Christian, Hayden Burke from Mazama, Connor Wright from Hidden Valley, Gabe Champion from North Valley, and Jonah Rasmussen from Hidden Valley. Today's video streaming action of the Rotary Relays is brought to you by our regional sponsors, including Sherm's, Thunderbird, and Food for Less, John L. Scott Real Estate and Travel Medford, and the Southern Oregon Sports Commission. Great partners in keeping high school athletics streaming for you. And it's it's neat to see, and I have to imagine it makes quite a statement to the kids when they recognize how much support they have from the business community here in Southern Oregon for events like this, and civic organizations and things of that nature. I mean, that's the thing as you look around, not just coaches, as we see a few assembled, as I see Jeremiah Griffin from part of the North Medford staff talking with Andy Pearson from Cascade Christian, but also
and Andy used to coach here at North for a while.
The teacher here for a while. I was talking with Todd Burns earlier. He competed at Medford when it was a single school, and then has been coaching throwers at Cascade Christian for the last few seasons.
No, and I've used the word before, it's refreshing.
Mm-hmm.
Refreshing to see folks in the stands, kids competing, having a good time, attempting to do the best they possibly can. It's very refreshing to be back to that.
Well, I wish I had that public service announcement handy right now, but it was really talking about, they have this one testimonial from a young man who said that he would never forget his history teacher hitting him up in high school. Says, you ought to come out for the football team. I think you'd be great at it. And the young man said, nobody had ever told me that I could be great at anything. So I decided to give it out a try. So he went and signed up. And then he said a few weeks later he suited up. And he said, in reality, he never became a great football player, but the experiences that he had as a high school football player will stick with him as long as he lives.
And it's many of us can remember certain teachers that we've had looking back over the years, but almost everyone remembers their coach if they went out for whatever team, whatever sport they went out for. That the coach plays a special. I know for me personally, the coaches that I've had, I can remember their name, their demeanor, possibly everything they ever said to me. It's an important role.
Absolutely. Well, and then just speaking from the perspective of a parent of a 24-year-old, a 19-year-old, and an 11-year-old, that you realize as a parent there's a certain point in time where, as try as you might, as much as you would like, you realize that your level of influence begins to kind of wane a little bit over the years, and just as the kids become more independent, or they kind of reach that age where they feel like they've heard it all from you before. But then as those happen though, thank goodness that there are those teachers, those coaches, and to me there's a real art to coaching in that, recognizing that there are certain kids that you need to help think bigger.
Yes.
And then there are certain kids that you kind of need to get their feet on the ground, and recognizing who needs what in terms of a motivational touch. And then there's those kids, they really don't need much from you, just other than to know that you're there in their corner.
And as a coach or a teacher, you recognize that, and you adjust to the various personalities. You encourage those who need it, the ones who really are really confident. You applaud at appropriate times. There are so many different ways to help kids out.
Absolutely. And so it looks like we're getting ready to get this underway, and this may be right about the point here where perhaps Hans will begin to wrap things up, but also keep our eyes open on the pole vault. It'll be interesting to see if we hear anything of what's going on over in that direction.
Yeah, it is way out in the hinterlands, and it's hard. I saw someone just jumping, I think. You have run-throughs and jumps, and so I don't know what's going on across the way.
It's like Matt Hawkins from North Valley, at least here in the triple jump, just took his turn. They just finished the measurement.
Do I see a 42.11 on that?
Well, that's one that they've had up for a while.
Okay.
Although how fortuitous would it be if that indeed ended up
Yeah.
being the case? But we'll see, and you can kind of see it looks like we've got some members of the Ashland program that are making their way out after a successful outing. Our congratulations, our hats off to the Ashland Grizzlies, who showed well today and throughout the weekend. And next jumper up from Hidden Valley. And representing Hidden Valley in this flight is Connor Wright, Jonah Rasmussen, and Eduardo Sprandrini. Here goes Peyton Maurer from Cascade Christian.
And that's a legal jump. They'll measure that.
And if I heard correctly, about a 35.9 and a half. Now representing Mazama is either Dominic Melgoza or Hayden Burke. So a 35.9 recorded by Maurer, and now you can kind of see as the ranks of the volunteers are starting to thin out a little bit. Part of the stick man from the crew is now also taking over reader board duties.
I saw that, yeah, this double duties.
Yes, and
well, there
33.1.
There are lawns to mow and things to do.
Yes, there is.
We appreciate so much these people coming out here to help.
Well, I think it's then with this, and perhaps we've opened a few people's eyes to it over the course of this weekend, that there's, you know, that there's a lot that goes into making like an event like this happen, and hopefully maybe what it does for somebody who says, you know, maybe I could do something.
Yep.
And then, you know, that's probably in a case where, like, by reaching out to a coach or an athletic director, you can find out, or in some cases, I know in some schools you'll find a volunteer coordinator, and they'll get you involved in that way.
Well, I mean, imagine if there were no adults available to help kids, but there are no adults here to referee, to measure, to organize. What a loss that would be.
On the last jump was a 33.1. Now they're getting ready for the last competitor from North Valley. Ended up registering a time of 38.4. Over across the way, I see a girl going over the pole vault from North Valley. Looks like the female jumpers have put their work in for the day.
And you know what? Our number one competitor truly could be our cameraman.
I would agree.
He's singular in that event, but he shined. I don't know if anyone can match him.
Well, I tell you what, you know, I have heard stories. I've never had to do it myself, but I have heard stories of guys who've tried to do what I do and do camera at the same time. And I can tell you that just doesn't sound like any fun to me.
I would be pointing it in the wrong direction.
And Well, I tell you what, it's kind of like certain musicians, and we're kind of going to one of the other disciplines that I do. It's like there are some people who can play or they can sing, but they can't do both at the same time. And I find at least as far as camera work is concerned, I have done years and years of announcing, but in terms of working the camera, if you get somebody who kind of knows what they're doing at the camera, man, they can sure enhance the presentation of an event. So I appreciate Colton's work on there with us today. And
I don't have all the details, but I just received a text that Jada Ross, a former discus thrower here at North Medford, is now at Oregon, and she set a new, what is this now, a new meet record somewhere.
oh my goodness.
So Southern Oregon athletes going on to do great things.
So our last jump, a 35.6. Looks like we have North Valley Knight getting ready to go. And the measurement out.
A little hitch in the skip portion of this jump.
So now we know, and I never knew before, so now we know where the phrase hop, skip, and a jump
That's where it is.
came from.
I believe it used to be called that.
35.3. And in this particular heat, I think the longest distance we've seen on a jump is 38, above 38.
Mm-hmm.
Seen some 35s along the way. And here we go. North Valley.
And that was a scratch, a slight scratch at that. No, actually, no, they're measuring it. So now they're.
So you can hear a little bit of a discussion going on regarding.
I think they have suggested that he scratched.
Well, I have to imagine if you're part of the crew that, on some of this, some of those judgment calls that get made, it's like, the question has become, that you don't want to be a part of that decision. So at least I suppose, if nothing else, you get that measurement ready just in case they allow it.
Mm-hmm.
But in that case, ultimately a scratch was ruled.
And it's not like in other sports where umpires review what happened and have it on film and then make an adjustment. And that doesn't happen in track and field. It's pretty straightforward.
So now we have a jumper representing Cascade Christian, his second jump of the day.
Yeah, that looks like a good jump.
His first mark was a 35.9. Let's see what he gets on this go-around. Conversing with Andrew Pearson, who's working with the jumpers. He eclipses 36 on that, so a little improvement. Now, that would be kind of an interesting question. What do you usually find with athletes who have multiple cracks at it? Is ultimately almost always the third going to be the best, or do you have somebody that's like, well, they nail it pretty good on the first try, and that's probably, even though they have two more coming, that first one's going to be the best that they do?
Could be. Much of it is dependent on how tired their legs are from previous events that they may have been involved in. And so, if they were fresh, then you see this natural progression from from first, second to third jump. But oftentimes, when legs are tired and timing is off,
The law of diminishing returns sets in.
exactly.
33-1 on the last jump, and now we have a competitor from Hidden Valley.
And it looks like pole vault is still going on. A girl is, and did she make it?
I think she did.
I think so.
And a 37. Well, at least that much on the last jump. 37-1. I hear a re-jump the call. Okay. Have you encountered that scenario before?
Well, the only thing I can think of is for some reason the judges may not be aware or watching or doing something else and missed it. You certainly don't want to penalize the athlete.
Absolutely. So we have a jumper from Hidden Valley and have a couple of competitors, Svrondrini and Connor Wright, entered into the event. And a 34-7, I believe, is what I heard.
At most meets, and when you have enough officials, a cone is placed in the middle of the runway to let the runner or the jumper, know that no, you can't jump. But
Okay.
now we have very few people working it, and something must have happened.
Pretty good little leap there by North Valley. Measurement taken. And they'll go ahead and post that up on the reader board. A 38.
That's a good jump.
A 38-6. So now we sit here, and here we go. Hidden Valley.
Some of these jumpers are encountering the difficulty of their middle jump, maintaining that, trying to get that as long as possible, and still be in control for your last jump into the pit. I've called it that middle jump sometimes becomes a recovery from your, there are three jumps. In your first jump, if you're a little out of control, your second movement is a bit of a recovery from that, and then you attempt to go into the sand.
North Valley with the run up now. What just happened there, or how will the result of that be? Did he just kind of, was it?
He should be, when you penetrate the board, that's considered a jump. So I believe he's done.
All right. And so we have another North Valley representative getting ready to take his turn. Well, maybe I wonder if that's a situation where it's like that last one I did. That's the best of me
I
today,
think so.
and
Yeah.
and I'll just kind of go through the motions here. But a nice jump there from North Valley. $39, 9.5.
Yep.
Now my wife is sitting here and going, "It's like, how can you hear that? You can't. I can't. You can't hear me calling to go take the trash out." But yeah, I think once we get with this will go ahead and kind of wrap up our cast for the day. Just let you know there are, especially if any of you have pole vaulters that are competing today, that they're still going at it out here, and wonderful afternoon. Still some folks around, and come down and check out the action. Eduardo Spondrini. You know, if I say that enough times during the day, I may eventually get that right. So I think maybe I did it there, but Eduardo with a good leap there. And now up for Cascade is Peyton Maurer. I'm not sure this one was maybe quite as good as this first, but we'll see.
It was a little out of control in the middle phase.
So I think I ended up at about a 35.3, I think is what I heard. 35.4. I stand corrected. And now we got Mazama. Competing for Mazama is Dominic Melgoza in this event, as well as Hayden Burke. Well, 35.2 the measurement there. Yeah, you kind of get the feeling as we see some of these final jumps that a lot of these athletes have kind of reached the where the needle's working its way down towards E.
And sitting out in the sun all this time.
Yeah.
You know, it drains you.
Well, and am I not correct? In many of these cases, almost even at a bigger school like North Medford, you'll have several athletes that will be in multiple events, and sometimes they may even cross disciplines.
Yes, absolutely. You know, jumpers, they play an important role in team results, and sometimes they have it's a difficult process for them. It's a long day. Well, that was a good jump.
Yeah. Certainly one of the best that we have seen of late.
I think I heard 39.
I think you're right. So at 39.
39.6.
And you see this, I would say that's probably one of the best that we've seen all day. All right. Well, unless we get any more out there. Oh, we got one more coming, at least one more here anyway. $34. I think 34.7. And that looks like that'll wrap us up for the day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been our pleasure to bring you the second day of the Rotary Relays, and we've seen some fantastic action over the last couple of days. And by all means, if you're a fan of track and field, get subscribed to Table Rock Sports, because we will have be keeping you posted on various sporting events as we make our way through the spring across a variety of different sports. Again, our thanks again for Hans Vasquez joining me today to provide the color commentary and analysis. Also, a big thank you to Colton Treadway. Colton joining us here today, and I think this is only the second time that he and I have had the opportunity to work together, but hopefully, certainly it won't be our last. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this afternoon, and then remember to follow all the latest and greatest in high school sports here on TableRockSports.net. Good evening, everybody, and have a great weekend.